All right. Okay, I think we are currently live. So hello, everybody. As you are coming in, let us know if you're here in the comment section. We have with us in the Zoom meeting right now, we have Kelsey and Jeremy. And so glad to have them here. And we are hoping right now we have had multiple active WMSCOG members agree to come on and speak with us tonight and have a conversation. At this point, I don't know how many of them will follow through. We are still waiting for active members to join. And so what I'm going to do is bear with me a minute as I'm going to share the link in the comment section and then in a couple other places. And then if you are an active member, at this point, we're gonna kind of prioritize active members. That's kind of, we want to give you guys an opportunity to come on and speak with us and share some of your thoughts. And so also, as we're starting this out, just a reminder that as you are in the comments, go ahead and feel free to ask questions. If you have a question for either me, Kelsey, or Jeremy, Jeremy's has done multiple videos through our channel, and he was actually our first interview, which unfortunately we've talked about doing that interview over because we had some trouble with the audio. At that point, I was living kind of out in the middle of nowhere, and so we had a pretty poor internet connection at that point. And so but if you're familiar at all with our channel, then you're probably familiar with Jeremy. And so if you have questions, whether you're a current member or a former member, if you have a question for either myself or Jeremy or Kelsey, or for all of us, go ahead and put those in the comments. And Jeremy and Kelsey, could you, if you are able to, maybe pull up the YouTube video on your screen, and maybe if you could, as best as you can, just kind of watch the comments. And if anything, if you see a question pop up that you think would be helpful to ask, maybe just set that off to the side, copy and paste it in a note or something. And,
Sure.
and then that way, once we start answering questions, we can have those right there and not lose track of them all. So with that, I'm gonna post right now, guys. I'm about to paste the link. It should be right now. If you're wanting to join in, if you're a current member and you want to join in this conversation, if you look in the video description right now, you should be able to find that. And so, so it's right there in the description. I'm also about to post it in the comment feed. So let me know if you have any trouble with that link. Otherwise, Jeremy and Kelsey, how are you guys tonight?
Good. How are you guys?
I'm doing well. I'm more and more ready for this quarantine thing to be over, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, me too.
Are you guys getting hit hard there in your cities? Like Kansas and Kelsey, you're in Washington, no? Or Oregon? I forgot.
Well, I'm like on the border. I'm in Washington though, but it's like we're all still on lockdown. I've on day, I don't know, like 60 something of quarantine.
Yep, that's awesome.
So
yeah, it's not too bad here. There's been a few cases, but it's not, it's not New York, that's for sure. Yeah, that's cool. I'm looking in the comments right now, Jeremy, and I see Heather is saying that your videos is one of the things that made her go down the rabbit hole. How cool is that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, kind of from the videos that I presented before was, being a leader for, quite a long time, and started to be asked to do stuff that didn't seem like, whether it was preaching or church related, and that made me do research. And I just want to share it with the world and help as many people see the truth as they can, because like Jordan, you make a lot of videos, that are so like touching and encouraging for people to the point that you just want to share like the word of God and, you know, Jesus with people without any hitting agenda. You know what I mean? It's all about the love of God. And once that started turning not into the love of God, that's when, you know, I want to do research. And a lot of members in the Church of God are people that want to seek God and have a relationship with God. So they should know like the truth and, you know, at least be made presented with the evidence. You know what I mean? So yeah, thanks for that, Heather. Thank you.
And I can say too, like same situation for me. Like I wouldn't have done anything that I've done if it hadn't been for Jeremy's video.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So Kelsey, kind of what was the time frame? I've been curious about this. What was the time frame of you leaving the group? Was it so you we released the first videos where it was me, Jesse, and then my brother and another brother in Christ. We sat around a table and we did a couple videos. Those were our first videos about the WMSCOG, and I think that was maybe close to 2 years ago at this point. I can't remember for sure, but do you remember by chance when those first came out and like,
oh yeah.
were you still a member at that point?
No, I was not a member at that time.
You were not. Okay.
No, but that came out not too long after I left, because I left, I think it was November 2017. So I think yours came out just like a few months later.
A few
And
months after you left, you mean?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and
wow.
at the time I actively looked up on YouTube like the normal tags, WMSCOG, World Mission Society, Church of God, and your guys' video came up, and I definitely, watched each of them as they're coming through.
Okay.
One by one. And I even contacted you guys too. I remember I even contacted you guys asking like, okay, well, how do I understand this?
Okay.
And so but yeah, I mean, those videos were very like, because it was a different approach. It wasn't just somebody giving like, this is what, I went through when I was in the church, but this is like from a biblical perspective, this is why it's incorrect. Because like for like the longest time they always said, people who like slander the church say stuff about An Sang-hong and Jang Gil-ja's like physical life, but they don't say anything about the like the doctrine. They don't attack the doctrine because nobody can. And you
Okay.
guys proved that wrong.
Okay. That's interesting. Yeah. We've been challenged a couple times to focus not just on like the theological aspect of it, I think, but also like just the brain control, manipulation side, the psychological aspect that goes into cults and cult tactics. And so, but I think there's definitely a good point there too. I think both aspects, covering both aspects is helpful. But I do think with this group in particular, what I've come back to is it seems like they need the scriptures, they need the Bible arguments that this group uses covered. They need somebody to take those and kind of pull them apart if they're going to be, in many cases, if they're going to successfully get freedom from this group. It seems like a lot of people need to see the Bible verses dealt with, if that makes sense.
I agree 100%.
Yeah. And so it sounded like that was the case for you.
Yeah. Well, for me, it wasn't
ahead.
like so much about like because of the, anything I was taught that I was like, oh, this is kind of, this is questionable. It was more because I was just tired of, meeting their expectations and constantly not meeting their expectations. And so that's why I left. But then when I left, like for me, I needed some kind of justification. I'm like, oh, I can't just leave because, their expectations are too hard, right? I had to have like some other justification. And that's when I started doing my research. I looked on the Examining the WMSCOG site. I looked on YouTube. I looked, basically anywhere I could look for on what platform. And it's just the Examining site has like the most concrete like evidence. And so and that really helped me like solidify my decision. And I actually met up because like when you try to leave, there's always somebody that contacts you and says, well, I can answer all your questions. And so so that's what happened to me. And I wrote down every single question I had from the Examining site, copied, took screenshots of all the proof that they had and showed the person. And I mean, she couldn't answer. And it just came down to, is that really what you believe, Kelsey? Some stranger on the internet? And I'm like, well, you can't disprove what this stranger
Right.
is saying.
Right. Yep.
So
That sounds very familiar to I kind of did a shout out at the end of the last Zoom meeting to LSR, who many of you I think have seen in the comments, and I mentioned that for a while he was in the comments, and if you were paying any attention, we were debating each other back and forth because he was a member, and now he's in the comments at different points debating current members because he's since left the group. But
nice.
one of the things as I continued to talk to him, it seemed like it was that same thing where he, and really I think what it came down to for him was the changes to Hong Song Hong's books. I think those really bothered him, and not only the changes, but then when he would go and like he would he would talk about leaving, and that the deacons and the leaders would come and tell him they could answer all of his questions, and then ultimately they couldn't explain. They never could give him a good explanation for why there were such dramatic changes to his books. And so yeah, I just think that's good, and that shows too the necessity of doing your research and of truly being honest with looking at the evidence. Because when you are like you and Ellis were, and Jeremy, you'll find that this group can't really give good answers to some of these objections. So many of the things that you've pointed out, there just aren't good answers and solutions to them.
Yeah, no, it really isn't. And then when you look at the changes throughout history, and I'm saying history, I'm talking about like even just 10 to 15 years ago to where it is now, there's no really justification as to why they would teach one thing about An Sung Hong's life and then change it because it was proven false. And the evidence is not from an outside source, but it's from within themselves. And I know I showed that on one of the videos with the software Wayback Machine, but there's many other ones out there that I want to definitely get to show. But at the end of the day, it's just like, there's really no justified answer to that. So that's why it's, I hope people do research for themselves instead of just taking the word from a missionary or pastor or deacon.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Definitely. That's an interesting, I'm gonna get back to that in a minute, Jeremy. But first, guys, in the comments, if you would share this video right now. Again, our goal for this is to get a current member on. If we can't do that, I think we still have a couple things that'd be fun to talk about, and it's cool to have Jeremy and Kelsey here. So I got a couple things I want to ask Jeremy, also a couple topics we can cover. And also, again, if you're just joining in, it'd be feel free to ask questions in the comments because we want to get to those. So here's something that makes me think of Jeremy and Kelsey is I'm curious, you guys knowing what you know, I'm curious what to you are some of the most significant changes that you've seen either to An Sung Hong's books or just the doctrine that was at one point on the website but has since been removed. Like, what to you are some of the significant ones that stand out as very problematic?
Here, I'll start, Kelsey, with just one, and then if you want to take after. But one of them was the teaching of the third day service. Every Tuesday they have church service, and we were always taught to teach members that in Numbers chapter 19, that's like the Old Testament prophetical shadow to show the New Testament times. But in the Old Testament, it said that, if you touch the dead body that was unclean, you had to receive the water of cleansing in order to be forgiven and cleansed from touching the the dead bodies from the desert. And it was every third day and seventh day. That's what it says in Numbers chapter 19. And so we would show in the New Testament that touching the undead body or associating with the dead body is equivalent to talking or associating with people that have not taken the Passover, because those who have taken the Passover, they are the ones that are spiritually cleansed. Those who have not taken the Passover are those who are not spiritually cleansed, so they are unclean. So what do they need to do? They need to receive the water of cleansing, which is the word of God. So then this is the word of God. When do we receive the water of cleansing? On the third and seventh day, which is Tuesday and Saturday. So that's what they always used to teach. Kelsey, I don't know if you guys were taught that to teach members that too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's funny about it was in the end of 2017, one of the deacons came and corrected all of us out of nowhere, because there was a Jewish person that came to study. And in Chicago, there's Skokie. It's like they have the Holocaust Museum there. It's a really big Jewish community. And we had a church set up there. And the person straight up said, that's not what it means. The third day and seventh day is not Tuesday, Saturday. That's the third day from when they touched the dead body and the seventh day from when they touched it. So that can be on Wednesday, it can be on Monday, it can be on Thursday. And so then we had a leader meeting, and they acted like we never taught it the old way, which I just explained. And this is the correct way to teach it. So third and seventh day is a prophetical shadow that since Ansung Hong is God and Mother is God, since they appointed those days, then those are the days.
I didn't know that. Oh my gosh.
What about, wait, so you thought it was still taught the old way? Like what I explained? Yeah, that's not true.
But I left in 2017, so
yeah.
But yeah.
That's not true. It's the third and seventh day from when that body was touched, not meaning Tuesday and Saturday.
Oh my gosh.
You learn something new every day, I guess.
Yeah, so that stuck out with me right away since the last video you guys did was on a third day, and that memory just popped up right in my head. I kind of just laughed and was like, people don't even know, like, that's the truth about that. So that was a teaching that stuck out. And also I shared it in the other video with the Ansung Hong. They used to teach you as Buddhist, and then came back on it and said they were not Buddhist. So yeah, Kelsey, go ahead.
Real quick, Jeremy, could you maybe talk about that a little bit more? Because I think that's been a little bit muddy in my mind, whether or not the church. Yeah, so maybe clarify that, because I think I've heard both sides, even maybe from members, kind of back and forth about whether he was ever acknowledged as so just maybe go into that a little bit.
Show the evidence, Jeremy.
Yes, show the evidence. So if you actually look at the I think it was in one of the sermon books too, if I'm not mistaken, but
I couldn't find it in the sermon book, but we were definitely taught that when we were taught the subject in the sermon book. Yeah, so it pretty much we were explaining that Ansung Hong, the way that he fulfilled the order of Melchizedek, which they said Melchizedek, this is a sign of second coming Christ, that in the time of Genesis, Melchizedek brought out bread and wine to Abraham. And then, in the book of Hebrews, it explains that Melchizedek was born without father or mother, without genealogy, brought out bread and wine, and is with beginning of days and end of life. And so you have to compare, okay, what does it mean, for Melchizedek to be without father or mother? Because there's no one born on this earth that doesn't have a father or mother. So we have to look in the Bible. The genealogy is all about the the Jewish people. So without genealogy in the Bible means, without Jewish blood. And then without, that's without genealogy. I'm sorry. That's genealogy. Without father or mother, that means unbelieving parents. Mm-hmm. So without father or mother, that means unbelieving parents. But Jesus's parents, Joseph and Mary, they believed in God. So this cannot be Jesus's first coming, but this means that Jesus has to come a second time to fulfill the order of Melchizedek, because the only requirements Jesus fulfilled of Melchizedek in the first coming was bringing out the bread and wine of the Passover, and then beginning of days or end of life, meaning he's God. So when you compare, then when he comes a second time, he should not have any Jewish blood. So that's why he came from South Korea. They were a hermit nation. They didn't associate with interracial marriage. So their pure blood is what they would teach us. And then they said, without father or mother, that means he cannot have believing parents. So his parents cannot be believers in God. So what does that mean? That means that, they can't be. So that's why he was Buddhist. Ansung Hong was Buddhist. And then even on their website, like in 2000, I think it showed 2008 or something like that. When you trace it back, it is literally on their website that's what they taught. That Ansung Hong was born to a Buddhist family, and that's how he fulfilled. He didn't come from a parents of believers. So
they use, I guess that's something I'm learning too. They use the Hebrews text about Melchizedek without father or mother genealogy. That's a scripture they use to defend or explain the fact that he was born to unbelieving parents. Is my understanding you right?
Yeah, because they'll show in Matthew chapter 1, the first chapter of the New Testament. It shows like the genealogy of Jesus dating back all the way to Abraham, or you know what I mean, like that whole like genealogy trace. And so they'll show, yeah, this is the Jewish bloodline. So without genealogy means he can't have Jewish blood. So that's why he came from South Korea. And I'm reading their website too right now. It's impossible for Christ Ansang Hong to be born to a household of Christians or believers. Christ Ansang Hong was born to a Buddhist family. As a result, he fulfilled the condition of Melchizedek being without father or mother. So this is, this is on ZionUSA.org, which is a church approved website. So it's literally
it's the website run by the church, because they had WA TV and they had Zion USA.
Yeah, so this is their official, and if you go to it, it'll show their church introduction video, which cannot mean it's set up by anyone else, because everyone knows that if someone puts up an image or a video of the church, they will file a copyright claim to get that taken down. So that's impossible for someone to just set up that website. You know, that is their website, and that's what we were instructed to go to. So yeah, this explains that, Christ Ansang Hong fulfilled the Melchizedek being born in an unbeliever's home and coming from South Korea, which has no genealogy. So yeah, this is all what it says on the website, which I'm reading verbatim. If you guys want to see it, you can go to the Great Light Studios video and just fast forward to 9 minutes in, and you can see all those facts.
And maybe, Jeremy, that link that you're on right now, could you post that actually in the Zoom comment, and I will actually add that right now to the description of the video. So if you want to see that you're looking at, you can find it.
Yeah, here, I'm gonna rewind it to the exact time that it'll start at. So it's actually like 6 minutes and 39 seconds in, and then I'll post that right now. But cool. Yeah, maybe. It's pretty shocking when you actually do the research and see. My thing is, it's if Mother is truly God, how would she not know the facts of Ansang Hong, and why would it change over time? Right. You know what I mean?
That's a problem for sure. Well, as you're adding that link, Kelsey, maybe you share kind of as you've discovered the changes I think that have been made. What are some of the significant ones that stick out to you?
Well, I think more recently, in terms of their doctrine, what they've changed over time, piggybacking off of what Jeremy said, I would say one of the other studies that changed, or two, is first is the cross reverences idolatry. They have a subject where they explain that the cross is an idol, and it's not just anybody who worships a cross, but anybody who simply keeps a cross is doing what is detestable in the eyes of God. They're very anti-cross. Yeah. And reason being is they give the example that if Jesus was died by being shot by a gun, would you put a gun on top of your church? Would you wear a gun necklace, get a gun tattoo? No, right? It'd be the last thing you want to see. In the same way, why do we revere the cross? But in that study, they have there's a portion in the book of Jeremiah that they changed the explanation because it was proven incorrect. And I think they changed the explanation maybe I want to say 2012, 2013-ish. Can you guys still hear me? It says my connection's unstable. Okay.
Nope, I hear you.
Okay, cool. So it was in Jeremiah chapter 10 and verse 5. It says, like a scarecrow in a melon patch, their idols cannot speak. They must be carried because they cannot walk. Do not fear them. They could do no harm, nor can they do any good. They say it says like a scarecrow in a melon. This is NIV version, because I know other versions say different wording, but an NIV version, it says like a scarecrow in a melon patch. And then they would say, what's the shape of a scarecrow? It's like a cross, right? So this verse is speaking about the cross, and it says their idols cannot speak. Therefore, the cross is an idol. That's one of the explanations they used for a really long time. Yep. And then again, around 2012, 2013-ish, that's when they said, oh, this verse is not talking about the cross specifically, because at this time, the cross wasn't being used in churches. It wasn't until after Jesus had already died, but Jeremiah was written hundreds of years before Jesus even came here. So they told us to explain it differently. We couldn't make that point. But that was a pretty critical point in the study. I would say, especially in this particular verse, because without that verse, it's really it's all about idolatry, and you just have to keep tying it to the cross, even though the Bible didn't say the word cross in any of those verses that we would show.
And yeah, that's interesting. as you've brought that up, I'm going to share my screen. There's just a couple scriptures that, as you're talking about that, just seem somewhat problematic to this.
Oh, I'm sure.
You see Galatians 6:14 popped up right
Yep.
now? Okay. So Paul saying, may I never boast except in the cross of our Lord Jesus Christ, through which the world has been crucified to me and I to the world.
Mhm.
Well, I'm going to come back to this one, but just real quick, just to give you everybody watching a little bit of an idea. So Ephesians 2:16, in one body to reconcile both of them to God through the cross, by which he put to death their hostility. 1 Corinthians 1:17, for Christ did not send me to baptize, but to preach the gospel, not with wisdom and eloquence, lest the cross of Christ be emptied of its power. And then this last one, for the message of the cross is foolishness to those who are perishing, but to us who are being saved, that is the power of God. So the reason I bring those up isn't that they necessarily prove anything other than what I think they display is that Paul had no problem with putting an emphasis on the cross.
Right.
Now, when there was an emphasis being put on the cross, like here in Galatians 6:14, it wasn't. He was never obviously telling us to worship the cross, but there is a certain reverence for what Jesus did on the cross. The point of bringing up the cross isn't to say there's something significant about a wooden. The wooden cross itself, but it's the emphasis on what Jesus did on that cross. And it's just interesting. It's just another example, I think, of how what cult groups do is that they'll take these trivial little matters and they'll just kind of blow them up and overemphasize them to such an extreme place. I think the other thing I would say too is that right here, there's something significant here about Paul saying that we are to boast in the cross. So there's a focus here that we should have, not on the cross alone, but on what Jesus did on the cross. That's where the Christian,
not to lead it down to another rabbit hole, but they teach that the reason why Jesus died on the cross was to put the Passover of the new covenant into effect,
which is insanity.
Yeah.
Put it kindly. But I think
they would agree with you, and to a certain extent.
Okay.
They would say, yes, it's about the message. Why did Jesus die on the cross? But then that's when they would, it would switch over to, he died on the cross to put the Passover, because the Passover is a new covenant, and the Bible explains, I think in Romans or Hebrews, that covenant means will, right? And a will only goes in force when the person who made it has died, meaning the Passover of the new covenant will only take effect after the one who made it died, which is Christ. So that's why he died on the cross, to put the Passover into effect so that people can receive eternal life.
And I think one thing maybe you could, like, I understand that they somebody's saying in the comments that they consider that verse as the meaning of the cross, Jesus' sacrifice, not the physical cross Paul's talking about, which I agree with that, kind of like you're saying. I think we would agree on that point, that Paul's not talking about, like I said, the cross itself, but he's emphasizing the work Jesus did on the cross. But I think the thing here is that Paul isn't worried about producing in the believers a cross reverence, or an idolization of the cross.
Right.
He emphasizes what Jesus did on the cross without worrying about that. So I think maybe to finish that off, what I would say is it seems like this whole argument of the WMSCOG is based upon a faulty view of what Christians think and how they relate to the cross. And it seems as if they, if you you pick one Christian out of a crowd, and almost any time if you ask them, like, do you worship the cross? I think that whole idea of worshiping the cross is just, to me, it displays a complete lack on the WMSCOG's part of understanding Christianity, and when I say Christianity, I'm talking about who they would see, like people who would fit into the category of myself or the, evangelical Christian church. I guess it's just a little bit confusing to me why they would say we worship the cross. It just seems like a faulty foundation of just assuming something that's not even taking place within Christianity that they're building that whole argument upon.
then they extend it because they emphasize more worshiping the cross, but then they extend it to even just keeping the cross, right?
Okay.
Because they say idols, because they show verses in the Bible how, I mean, there's a bunch of verses in the Bible that say idols are detestable to God, right? And they say the cross is an idol in our time, then why would you, even if you're not like literally bowing down before and worshiping it, why would you want to keep something that's detestable to God?
Mm-hmm.
And then they
Okay.
tie it back to, instead
So
of keeping what's detestable
yeah.
to God, we need to keep what God commands, which is the Passover. So they connect it back to the Passover.
So then isn't the problem though, is that they're saying then that the cross itself is detestable to God?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Because I mean, the cross is not detestable to God. What God, obviously, again, we would agree God detests idolatry, but you could just as equally be worshiping the curtains in your church as you are the cross. And so
Right. It's
having a
anything that
physical,
it's anything that an idol, and how they describe an idol is anything you put before God, right? Anything that you put more power in, that
right,
you think it'll help or protect you, instead of putting your trust in God.
right. Yes. Well, I'm gonna pull up a picture real quick that this, I don't know, maybe everybody who's watching right now has seen this already. If you haven't, this might be somewhat shocking or surprising. Hey, Jeremy, if you want to jump in at any point, just make sure you unmute yourself. I'm just, whenever somebody's not talking, I'm muting so we don't have kickback in the audio. But this is a picture that I think maybe we talked about before, Kelsey. But if you guys see this, this is a picture here. Ong Song Hong, and this is Zongil Jia here to his right. And up on the wall, you see them posing with a picture of the cross and an image of Jesus, which I believe having an image of Jesus, are they okay with that, or are they against that?
They have they have that. I mean, not that particular kind of image. They, in their church, that they, a lot of them have the Last Supper painting posted in the church, and I mean that has a, technically that's like a caricature of Jesus. So
Yep.
I don't think they consider, they don't have like just a single image like that, but I don't think they consider that as too much. I haven't really seen that, but the cross in the background, that's a definite
Okay,
no.
so that's what I was going to ask both you and Jeremy. Like, is this a no? Is this a problem?
Yeah, the cross. Yeah. That's,
Okay.
yeah. Especially from like what I'm seeing in that picture is like they definitely probably had a service of some sort. You know what I mean?
That was
It's a
like,
retreat.
yeah.
It's
Oh, that was
a
a
retreat
retreat?
from 1984. Yeah.
Yeah. So exactly, like, yeah, I don't see why, if it was a retreat or like a preaching mission, or you know what I mean, or if we would have like those
Even
meetings
if
in
he
New York.
wasn't, even if he wasn't like worshiping, I mean, just the fact that he's in a room with the picture of a cross, I mean, that's like crazy, because that's completely against the WMS. Completely
Yeah,
against.
100%.
Yep. So another example of just contradiction and issues that really don't have a good explanation. I real quick, I want to shift gears a little bit here and talk about. I guess I'm curious. It's interesting to me that members are so hesitant to join in on these conversations. And lately, I've been pretty consistently, if a member jumps in on the comments and is arguing or debating with something that we're saying in the videos, or just, well, I guess before I say that, I'll say that I think the majority of the comments we get from members mostly are not ever dealing with the actual arguments we're presenting in the videos. So we'll present a set of arguments in the videos. Most of the time, the comments from current members and their supposed arguments against us is the majority of them, I would say, is just accusations of being blind, and children of the devil, things like that. But when I see those lately, I've just been challenging or challenging, however you want to word that, members to do a video like this, jump on in the conversations, or I'm giving them the opportunity, just call me. I just want to talk to you face to face, just as I would either of you two. I want to talk like a human being. I think often when you're in,
They offer that a lot too.
Yes, right.
Go to the church for face-to-face study.
Yes, exactly. It's like, we can't explain it here. Let's go away and do a Bible study. And I'm kind of just saying, hey, let's do that. Would you do that with me? I would love to do it in a public forum like this where other people can watch, because I think that's important. But I would love to just have a private conversation, just like I am with former members who are leaving and want to just talk. We're doing that and setting up phone conversations and things like that, and we're just able to have good conversations. I think if you're a current member, I would encourage you to go back and watch the conversation we had in the last Zoom meeting with Ray, and you'll see that we want to have a respectful, humble, loving dialogue where, yes, we can challenge each other and do a bit of cross-examination even, but I guess I just want to maybe get your guys' thoughts and feedback, and maybe even you guys in the comments kind of chime in on this, on why you think it is that members are so confident in the comment section, but they're so hesitant to join these videos.
You need to ask for permission.
Do you think that's part of it? Is the
I know it's part, like, first of all, the fact that they're even watching your videos is pretty amazing, because when I was there, we were not allowed to look online. I mean, they even had a video that they made about how the internet is the fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
Yep.
Like, if we eat from it, we're gonna die. So even though they have such a huge internet presence, but we couldn't even, like, if I was a member and went on YouTube looking up WMSCOG, like, I would be in, like, I would be in so much trouble. I would lose any blessing I had. I have to sit down, restudy all the studies. It's just,
really,
yeah.
you would have to go back through
yes.
studies.
Because they would say, okay, obviously there's something wrong that I'm going and researching the church. Why am I researching the church? Why am I doubting?
Okay.
And so the fact that there's people watching these videos is pretty amazing. The second amazing fact is that they're commenting.
Yep.
Some of them use it looks like a real name, but the fact that they're commenting is pretty crazy too, because I mean, not crazy, but I mean, it's good that they're watching the videos and commenting, even though they're having the stance of the church, because it means that there's something in their mind that they're doubting, that they want to go on and to watch about, even if they're a little combative. But definitely, like, making a video, like, I mean, I don't know how many people have contacted me personally and said, like, I'll do a face-to-face study with you. And I said, okay, can we do it on YouTube? And then they said, no, why does it have to be on YouTube? And then I had one person say, okay, I can I can do a study with you, but I need to, or sorry, before I can agree to anything, I need to ask my my overseer if it's okay if I do a study with you. And then they said, we can do a study, but not live. And this is just, again, my experience, but anybody who's direct messaged me from the church, I've seen them go on and say, oh, Kelsey said, I'll say, like, for example, just because I can't remember the specific examples, but oh, Kelsey says, it's okay to keep Christmas. I'm like, I didn't say that. Do you want me to post the conversation we had? Do you know what I'm saying? Because that's against the church. Or Kelsey says cross is not an idol, that it's okay to keep the cross. And I'm like very tempted to post the conversation, but it's a private conversation, so I won't do that. But I'm very tempted to say,
that way. They would,
because that's why I don't like. That's why if somebody wants to talk to me, like, we'll do a video chat, because it's otherwise it's like they twist what I say, they take it back to the church will report, like, the church will say some messed up version of the twisted conversation to the members, and then I find out from members who tell me who are trying to leave but can't. And so
so you think there's just kind of the pressure that's probably on a lot of these people about what their authorities are going to think if they were to join in and be seen publicly joining in on one of these.
Yes.
Okay. So what do you think about, like, Ray? So last time Ray jumped in,
I think he's a leader.
You think he's a leader?
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet that with my life too.
Really?
He's a leader. That's why. Yeah.
So why do you guys think that?
Well, for
way
starters,
he answered.
Yeah, exactly. How he said that he's not like he's just a regular member, but all of his answers that he was answering is from a leader that's trained. A new person or someone that's not a teacher would not answer the way he does. And yeah, he is a leader. So
okay.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. Is that kind of what you were thinking too? Just his answer. So I guess when you say the way he answered, and also you're talking about him being leader. I'm wondering like do you think he's a deacon? Do you think he's what? I mean, what rank are you?
You would have to be a title holding member to be able to come on here and talk, I would think. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, and also if he's like military, he's been in for a lot of years. I'm willing to bet he's at least a group leader. I at most probably a deacon. I don't know, but at least a group leader.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would love, man, how awesome would it be to get a deacon or something like that to come on and talk with us?
Yeah.
It won't ever happen, but it sure would be fun. I think, while I'm talking about that, and I don't know if this will, let me just pull the screen up real quick. I thought of these scriptures right before we started. You guys see, oops, I think I shared the wrong screen. Here we go. Do you see this? Acts 18 on your screen? Okay. So this just kind of stuck out to me as we started this. That makes me think that these sort of platforms of, what we had originally intended to do tonight, and hopefully we could do in the future, or, if anybody still wants to jump on, there's still time if you're a current member to join this conversation. But Acts 18:27, it says, when Apollos wanted to go to Achaia, the brothers and sisters encouraged him and wrote to the disciples there to welcome him. When he arrived, he was a great help to those who by grace had believed. And then it says about this guy, Apollos, says, for he vigorously refuted his Jewish opponents in public debate, proving from the scriptures that Jesus was the Messiah. And so this scripture, and then also like Acts 17, there's places where it talks about, I'm not even sure where it is in here, but it talks about Paul would go into, it was his normal habit basically to go into the synagogue to proclaim the gospel. And this is obviously a verse that the WMSCOG uses to argue for that Paul kept the Sabbath and so should we sort of idea. Yeah. But what I see in this is that it's a good, and I think a healthy and a normal thing to have platforms like this where we're coming on and we're inviting members of this group with different beliefs to just dialogue with each other, but also to challenge each other. And when you look at the scriptures, you see like in John 10:38, Jesus says, he's talking about the works that he's doing. He's doing the works of the Father. Let me actually just share this again. So he says, if I do the works of the Father, though you do not believe me, believe the works, that you may know and understand that the Father is in me and I in the Father. And then Acts 1:13, it talks about how after his suffering, this time about Jesus, it says he presented himself to them and gave many convincing proofs that he was alive. And then also 1 Corinthians 15:14, it says, if Christ has not been raised from the dead, our preaching is useless and so is your faith. So all these scriptures that are they're wrapped up so much in the evidence of Christianity. They're wrapped so much in the evidence that Jesus provided, that the one I just gave about in Acts 1:3 about Jesus when he showed himself alive and he gave many convincing proofs. So I guess I bring that up to say there's almost a negative spin put on works or like signs and put on evidence and proof. It seems like in many conversations I've had with members, it seems like they have a negative view of these things as if to ask for them or as if to want evidence of a belief being true or of their belief being true is something bad. But when you look at what the Bible says about it, it's always put in the positive light. Like God actually wanted the whole Christian faith. It emphasizes in the New Testament that it was based upon evidence. It wasn't based
and the Bereans too.
Yes, the Bereans, right, who would go away and examine the scriptures and actually test what was being told. So God is a God, and I think Christianity is a faith that is not intended to be jumped into blindly, to just you close your eyes and you say, well, I hope this is true, but I don't really have evidence, and it seems like there's a lot of things that go against it, but I'm just going to jump into it anyways. God, I don't think wants us to have that kind of faith. And I think if he did, he wanted to put scriptures in the Bible like we just read, where Jesus's resurrection, it says he gave many infallible proofs. And he did that so that we can know that our faith in him is something that is rock solid, We can have confidence in it, because if we're going to give our lives to something, if we're going to die for something, it better be something that we know is true. And so I think it's important to have these dialogues, because we can challenge each other and we can say, hey, is your worldview, is your view of the Bible, does it really hold up to scrutiny? And I guess to finish that off, again, I don't want to come across as if I'm talking behind Ray's back. That's not my intention, but I do want to commentate on that conversation again. And he said he would come back on, and he hasn't yet gotten back to me on that. And so I think it's interesting, and I think it's significant that when challenged to provide evidence for the core beliefs of the WMSCOG, for his core beliefs that he's giving his life to, he seemed incapable, at least in that moment, to give any, not even little bits of evidence. He basically seemed to agree in that moment that he didn't have much to say. He just needed to go in and hopefully come back with an answer. To me, that's significant, and I think it displays a problem, obviously, in the WMSCOG doctrine. And again, I know, Kelsey, you guys would say that there's probably members, other leaders who would respond differently. Would you agree that there would be some who probably would have had better answers? Do you think that's correct?
Well, I think, one thing to Ray's credit, I think, he came on and he was respectful. I think that was like a really a really good thing to point out about him. But and another thing is that because I missed like half the conversation last time, but if he's saying that, hey, like, let me go back and get the answer, I think that's a pretty noble thing too, instead of just trying to make something up, because I know that if I were in his case, like, I would have just I wouldn't have said that. I would have just kept going. But so to his credit, I'd like to say that. But
yes,
but I mean, it's a when you learn to preach the studies, and when you learn to defend, they call it like defending the truth, you're not supposed to stumble. You're supposed to keep going, right? And so, like, kind of towards the end, when I had joined, like, when you had asked a question about like about the evidence about like why he believes so strongly in An Sang Hong and John Gil-ja, when you said An Sang Hong, I knew he was gonna try to answer just the An Sang Hong question. That's why I like butted in and asked about it, because that's what I would have done.
Okay.
Because there's a lot, they have a lot more studies about An Sang Hong than they do about John Gil-ja, and there's no, and I know there's no concrete evidence that An Sang Hong revealed John Gil-ja as God. I know there's no concrete evidence. I knew he wouldn't be able to answer that. But when you had said An Sang Hong, I knew he was gonna go in on that, because he's like, oh, all the prophecies, right? The 66 books of the Bible, this, and this. I knew he was gonna do that.
Okay.
So it's just because, like, have you heard of cognitive dissonance before?
I have. Somebody accused me of that on a video recently.
Oh, well, cognitive dissonance, it's like having such a strong belief in something that even if somebody gives you like concrete proof, then you won't, like, it's hard for you to believe it. And that's really how it is in the church, is that you're so indoctrinated. I mean, you can even see how me and Jeremy, even after how long, we're still able to like explain the studies. And I don't know about you, Jeremy, but I'm pretty sure you're not sitting there studying the studies like you did before. But yet it's still in our minds, right?
Yeah,
that's how indoctrinated we were.
Yeah. I'm regularly impressed by that.
Yeah, they teach that once members leave the truth, then God will block their minds to not understand anything anymore, what they were taught. I don't know if you were taught that, Kelsey, at all. Like, people forget about following Mother's love. They can't teach, like, anymore. Like,
that's part of the qualification when you preach and when you're testing on your 50 subjects, is one of the items is that, did you preach Father and Mother's love?
That's interesting that you mentioned, Jeremy, that they teach that part of kind of the judgment or the punishment maybe when you leave is that God's going to retract the truth. Is that kind of what you're saying? So you won't be able to remember almost is what it sounds like, the studies and the beliefs that they have.
Yeah, they'll say that, yeah, they forgot like father and mother's love, and God will blind their hearts and minds to not understand the truth anymore, and not remember to like what they were taught and how to teach it. Like I still remember all the subjects, like for like just engraved in my mind for all the repetition that you have to do. So
interesting.
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem that so
Not
that's saying
true.
that that's going to be removed doesn't really, maybe another failed prophecy, you could say.
Yeah, I guess so. And just like in addition to, like back to like, I wasn't on the call with you guys with Ray, but it's just always fascinating to me that, it comes back to their growth and how like many awards they win. That's the first thing Ray brought up. And then as soon as you guys asked him about, well, that necessarily doesn't mean how many people you have. And then he kind of backtracked what he said. But then everything comes back to the Sabbath day and like God's like commandments,
Right.
No matter what you bring up, that's
It's
all.
It's a bit circular. The reasoning is a bit circular, it seems like. So maybe let's do this. Since Ray's not here, I'm just curious how well you guys can put on your member hats again and answer that question for Ray. If I was to ask you, what do you think is the best evidence that Aung San Hong is Christ? What would you guys think from what you know as being former members? And you can decide, again, make sure you unmute yourselves before you talk, but I'm curious what you guys would think about that, how you would answer.
Jeremy, you want to take it first?
You can go, Kelsey. Yeah, I'll hear what I went first last time. You got this.
Okay. Okay. So for me, I'll speak from when I was in the church, right? So the kind of the concrete proof for me was when I saw the prophecy of King David, right? That and I think I explained it before. It's basically because when you see all the studies about An Sang Hong, like a lot of them lead back to the reason why he is Christ is because he brought the Passover. But then there's some other studies like King David where there's a little bit more information that it's not just about bringing the Passover. It's that the second coming Christ must be baptized at age 30 and preach for 37 years. And so when you see the timeline of An Sang Hong, they teach fervently that he was baptized in 1948. And then he died in 1985. That's exactly like regarding disregarding the dates within those years, right? From 1948 to 1985, that's 37 years. So how can someone, how can it just be coincidence, right? But when you actually look into the detail, okay, that's me putting on my member hat. But but me taking that off is when you actually look into the details, there's so much wrong with that.
Yep.
So
which we've had some good conversations about before.
Oh, but there's a new development though.
Oh,
I
really?
heard there's a new development is that and I read this on a social media account, was that apparently now they're saying that they have a document proving that he was baptized in 1948.
Really?
Or yeah. So I have a couple. I'll read the social media. It was on the questioning the WMSCOG page.
Okay.
It oh my gosh, it was
So this is a document that the WMSCOG is claiming.
Yes, they have not made it public. When I was in the church for 10 years, I never heard this document existed, but this is what the social media account said was regarding the document. Why doesn't the church make that document public so that the authenticity can be proven? What specific Seventh-day Adventist or SDA church baptized him? What was the name of the pastor? If this document existed and this is the one that really got me. If this document existed all along, why did the church say that the document was destroyed in a fire? And how about all the members that fell away because there was no proof that An Sang Hong was baptized in 1948?
Interesting.
Because
are you reading this, Kelsey, off the examining site? Okay. Could you
not the examining site, the questioning the WMSCOG page.
Oh, okay.
I saw this one posted, I think it was yesterday.
Oh, okay, cool. And that's an Instagram. That's an Instagram page.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Yes. So because if they really had that document the entire time, I would be very if I were a member, I would be very like concerned, because I mean, how many people have like left the church because there was no proof that, you know, that he was baptized in 1948? That means the church just let those souls die.
Right.
If they had evidence, why didn't they show those people?
And why
So
did they make the claim that it was lost in a fire?
yeah, that doesn't make sense to me either.
Huh.
So it's just, I mean, it's crazy. It's
Okay.
crazy.
So you're telling us then that the David prophecy is what to you as a member was the most convincing
Yes.
proof of Ong Song Hong, but now you don't see it as
I don't
so
see it that
convincing.
way.
Yeah.
There's so, I mean, that's just one item why I don't see it that way. But when I was a member, I remember like I was taught that subject, and then right after I was taught that, I was baptized in the church. And I had no background in anything in regards to Christianity.
Okay.
So so yeah, so for me, once that like that study crumbles, and once the Passover crumbles, then they really have no basis to stand on for any of the other subjects,
Mm-hmm.
including
And
the ones about Zhang.
yes, exactly. Just for clarification, I've that's another thing. Is it Zhang or Zong? Because
It's really Zhang. I don't
is
know
it
why it's romanized with a Z. I don't know. I mean, because like there's like I think there's like 3 different ways to romanize Korean words.
okay?
And it's with a there's no Z sound. There's no ZH sound either.
Interesting. Okay.
That sound doesn't exist in the Korean language. It's a J sound. So I don't know
Okay.
why.
Well,
I
there's
know
a
why the church does it. They do it because A to Z, right? An Sang Hong to Zhang Gilja. So
yep.
like from beginning to end, kind of. I know why they say with a Z, but
Okay.
it's really a
It's
J.
not okay.
So
It's Jay, but because I've been reading, or I bought a book. I think that maybe you recommended by oh, I can't remember the guy's name, but
J Quentin.
Yes, and it's a book
You,
against the church, or I keep calling it a church, and I don't like doing that. I keep trying to catch myself against the WMSCOG, but
mhm.
he I think says Jong, and that threw me off, and I thought, man, did somebody just do a very poor editing job? But now I'm saying I've been the one who's been getting it wrong. So, anyways, sidetrack, but I just wanted to
It's
clarify
yeah,
that.
because it's really. I mean, it's really Zhang. It's really with a J, but I write it with a Z most of the time, because that's like if you search it, that's the one that's more likely to come out.
Okay, interesting. I'm
Yeah.
speaking of that book. That might be something worth putting in the description. I haven't read through the whole thing, but I think it might be helpful if you're a former member coming out. He goes through and gives biblical refutations, pretty much of the main WMSCOG doctrines, and so this is a book you can get on Amazon. Do you remember what the name of it is, Kelsey?
Um, it is Our Mother Who Art Not in Heaven.
That's right. Okay. So I'm gonna find a link to that and send that, put that in the comments. I've been trying to. I think that guy has a YouTube channel. I thought it might be interesting to get him on.
His book is
Yeah.
really good. I mean, I haven't finished it yet, but it's really good in addressing like just from a biblical perspective, why the doctrine is not sound.
Yep.
So I
Yep.
highly recommend that.
Yeah. So again, if you're a former member, that would be a good resource for you, I think, and I'll put that in the comments. And then also another resource probably would be some of the videos we've done in the past, a couple with Kelsey talking about the David prophecy, and so we addressed that. We took a whole video pretty much to address several of the supposed prophecies of Ong Song Hong. So if you're still feeling tied up by those might be helpful for you. But yeah, so Jeremy, I guess you're next. Curious about, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, kind of what drew me in was like at first was like the love bomb. I mean, the love bombing, but then about An Sung Hong specifically was like the seal of God at first, explaining about the end of the world. And during that time, I don't know if you saw like or remember North Korea threatening with all their nukes and stuff, but they said that An Sung Hong restored the Passover. This is how we recognize second coming Christ, and restoring the seventh feast. He was the first one to do that. How do we recognize second coming Christ? How do we recognize he's God? It's whoever brings back the truth of the Passover after the Dark Ages. But when you actually do your research, the World Mission Society Church of God is not the only church that keeps the 7th feast, in 3 times. And Ansang Hong was not the first one to quote unquote restore the truth of the Passover.
Right.
After further doing my research, like just one example is like the Armstrong. He wrote an entire book, and their doctrine is literally almost identical to what the World Mission Society Church of God teaches as far as keeping the Sabbath day, the Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread, Feast of Tabernacles, feast, all the feasts. And after seeing that, that's kind of what, like struck me to kind of say like, well, technically Ansang Hong did not, keep, or he was not the first one to restore the truth of the Passover. So if they're quote unquote always saying, how do we recognize second coming Christ? How do we, recognize he's God in the flesh? It's the one who brings the truth of the Passover. So if they're the ones that are, quote unquote saying that, then technically, Armstrong would be second coming Christ and God as opposed to Ansang Hong. But that's what drew me in at first. But it wasn't until they didn't share with me Ansang Hong or about God the Mother until they showed me Daniel's prophecy, Bible is fact, seal of God, pretty much every prophecy or Bible study to show that the Catholic Church is, extremely false, and the Bible is true, and kind of prepping me up before getting to those studies.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I was kind of warmed up before that, but that's what kind of made me believe in Ansang Hong at the time.
Okay.
But yeah.
And I think, we did that's one of the ones, I don't want to toot our own horn, but I feel like the video we did, Kelsey, covering the Seal of God study was one of my favorite ones at this point. I think that was just a really fun time. And it seemed that it was pretty effectively, that study was refuted in that video. And so, I think, again, if you guys are wrestling with those, because, this coming from Jeremy and Kelsey, former members, saying that these were the ones that really had them hung on the belief that Ansang Hong was God. I think, these are big studies that we have dealt with. And so, again, if you're struggling with those, check those out, those videos. I posted a link to one of them in the comments. I'll try to make sure those are there, or in the description. I'll put both of those videos we did in the description if you want to check those out. So
I have one thing to tag off of
go ahead.
what Jeremy said. Because for a long time, like exactly like he said, even for me, because I was in a completely different branch than Jeremy, but we were told that the one who brings back the Passover, that is second coming Christ. They emphasized that for a long time until evidence about the Armstrong Church. Actually, a lot of it, I mean, they're a pretty bad cult too. But I mean, that the feast and the Passover came from, it didn't start with Ansang Hong. It at least existed with them before Ansang Hong, right? And then that's when they really changed a lot of they restructured a lot of the ways that they explain about the prophecies as a result of that. So one, for example, is about the coming from the east, which is the subject that the church uses to explain why Christ must come from South Korea. Because before this, how they explained about Christ coming from South Korea is that he must come from the ends of the earth, farthest corners,
Right.
east of island of Patmos, and then they would show a map saying, okay, where is that? And they would pinpoint South Korea. But now how they, or at least when I left, how they had changed it and started explaining it was more emphasis more on, okay, the Passover, or the where in the east is determined based on where this angel from the east in Revelation chapter 7 appears. So if this angel from the east comes from India, that's where it is, right? If it comes from Japan, that's where it is. It just depends, where did this seal of God appear? That is where second coming Christ must appear, because he's to bring it. So instead of emphasizing all, because he brought the Passover, that's why he is second coming Christ. It's more like they don't have that as the basis anymore. They still mention it, but they don't have the base as the basis anymore. They amplify these other things within the studies, like this case. So because Passover appeared from Korea in these last days, that's why that is where second coming Christ must appear, because he's the only one that can bring it.
Okay.
I don't know if
they put a lot of emphasis on the East and the significance.
Well,
of
not
that.
only the East, but I mean, there's other studies. There's other studies too, like also with the King David study, they would say like the sure sign by which we can recognize second coming Christ is he must bring the Passover, right? And then they would say like this is not just an easy task for just anybody to do, right? Or for anybody to do, to be baptized in 1940, or be baptized at age 30, preach for 37 years, right? There's it's also bringing the Passover. So thereby with Armstrong, even though he brought the Passover before, was he baptized at age 30? Did he preach 37 years? No, right? That's why even though he might have introduced the idea of the Passover before, he's not Christ because he didn't meet these other requirements.
Right.
And Armstrong, he came from the West, not the East,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So they amplify these other things. I just want to
Yep.
point out.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that. Heather Ledesma in the comments, and if you, again, I just put in the comments, we want to take some questions at some point if you guys have them, and if I've missed any, I have a couple put down, but if I missed any that you want answered, go ahead and maybe repost those. But one comment that we just got from Heather Ledesma, she mentioned that for her, that one of the most convincing proofs, I think is what she's saying, is that it was the Daniel prophecy and seven churches study, and the 77s.
Seven sevens.
Seven sevens, she said. Mm-hmm. So are you guys, Jeremy, you and Kelsey, are you guys both familiar with what she's talking about there?
Yeah. Daniel's prophecy, exposing the seven churches, and I believe it's Revelation chapter 2 and 3. Long story short, like, I think it was the church of Laodicea. They are saying that it's the, what's it called? They relate that entire section to the Seventh-day Adventist church. And then the church prior to that, I would have to look in the Bible and see the name of the church before that one, but is like the 10 years preaching from like William Miller, I believe. About, you right? Yeah, is that it?
Yeah.
But yeah, it pretty much, but when you break down the dates of the seven churches and Daniel's prophecy, they're very identical as far as like 1798, 538, 325 AD. It's like, it's their dates that they specifically show. But when you look at actual history books, for example, with Daniel's prophecy, it's very fabricated from what their evidence book shows to what actually really occurred in history. You know what I mean? So it's like, and they're actually getting copyrighted sued for that evidence book. So that's why they don't pass them out to anyone.
Really?
Yeah. Because, yeah, you would think that Mother God would know the laws of this world. Like, I'm sorry if that sounds disrespectful, but they would always guilt members to say, well, if you can't follow the laws of this world, how do you expect to get to heaven and follow the heavenly laws? But at the same time, they're getting copyright suited for that evidence book. Wow. Because they were, from other churches. They were stealing from other churches, like these like evidences. So like, kind of ironic, but
and that, again, I want to be careful. This is a place I want to be careful with my words. And so I'm saying it's my opinion that myself and another person who's speaking out against the church, both of us on Instagram at the same time we were having hacking attempts. And I just, using my limited knowledge as it may be, I feel like there's pretty good evidence that may have been the WMSCOG, but I think, Jeremy, that just makes me think of the same thing, is like they're breaking the law to silence people speaking against them, if this is them doing it. And it's just, I just can't get over the most famous sermon of Jesus: love your enemies, bless them, persecute you. How could it be any more clear what God's commandments are as in the way that we relate to our enemies, the way that we relate to those who are supposedly persecuting us, which I don't think that's what we're doing. I think we're trying to help people. We're trying to set people free, but they're perceiving it as persecution. And sometimes the response that they give is, doesn't really line up with the teaching of Jesus.
Yeah. And, to fall back on persecution, Jordan, like it's, that's what they tell members right when they come in, so that when people do present evidence like that you guys are doing, like, which is just facts and truth, they already have in the back of their minds that they're being persecuted. Yeah. But when you look at what persecution really is, like, there's Christians that, want to follow God's will, like, especially in the Middle East, that are being killed for trying to follow the Bible, like, you know what I mean? Or even thrown in prison. Like there's heavy persecution out there, but from explaining facts and showing evidence, that's not persecution. You know what I mean? That's just,
Yeah,
it's so,
it's
yeah.
not at
So,
all. No,
yeah.
like I, I would love, well, even now with what we're doing, what Great Light Studios is doing, I have no problems. Actually, I openly invite people to challenge us, challenge what we're saying, challenge what we're doing. I even appreciate the people, in a sense, I appreciate the comments that are coming on accusing us of just doing it for money when they see that there's ads playing before our videos, which means we're monetized. And I have no problem with telling people our channel's monetized. I think it's funny when people, like I've said before, when people accuse us of doing this for money, because if you saw our ad revenue, you would see that if we're doing this for money, like I always say, we're doing a very poor job at it. But at the same time, I welcome the challenges. Like I don't see that and say, I think in a sense there's persecution, maybe you could say, but I just think it's good and right in these public forums to be able to challenge each other. But I think it should be based on reasonable arguments and reasonable evidence, which often it seems to be lacking on the part of the WMSCOG. But yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying, Jeremy. I think there's a big difference between what we're doing with this group and what is meant in the Bible by persecution. We're told to test the spirits. You know, it says in 1 John, test the spirits to see if they're from God. I think that's what we're doing. The scriptures I just brought up show the emphasis put on the evidence. Is there evidence? You know, was there evidence for Jesus and who he said he was? And Jesus said, if you don't believe me, believe the works that I'm doing, believe the evidence I'm providing. And so we're coming on these forums, we're inviting members to come on and talk with us, and we're simply asking the honest question, what is your evidence? And when you present the supposed evidence you have, can you defend it against honest scrutiny and against sincere questions and challenges against that? And as it stands right now, it seems like they're not able to. It seems like they're not capable of providing reasonable responses to our objections.
Yeah, it just comes down to hostile responses, you know, and I think
Yes.
you shared that someone called you like the Satan baby from the Passion of the Christ,
Right.
but very disrespectful. But
Yeah.
I mean, it
Or
just
that they
shows
hope
like,
we get the coronavirus.
Yeah.
yeah, it's the attitude
Yeah.
reflects leadership. But Jordan,
Right.
someone brought this up in the comments.
Yep.
Did you see that?
Which one was it? Go ahead and ask it because I might have missed it.
Yeah, so a friend of mine from the Chicago branch, he actually called me about this, and he said that they were, and someone just posted in the comments it happened to him too, Marquise Fairley. But Marquise, if you can like type where you're from, because in Chicago, this one member called me and said that, you know, they told me not to keep the first Passover. They're not going to be keeping it. So this deacon lied to him, first of all. He said they're not keeping it. They're going to keep it the second Passover. So come for the second Passover. So he called me saying, like, has that ever been taught in the church? Like, I thought God's people like are supposed to keep the Passover. Now all of a sudden we're pushing it back to second Passover. But they did keep the Passover, but they were restricting members who come frequently versus members who do not come frequently. And those who do not come frequently, they did not invite them to the first Passover, but told them to wait to the second Passover. So Marquise is from California, he just posted. So in Chicago and in California, they did that to as where
In Portland.
in Portland too. So members that don't come frequently were not allowed to keep the first Passover. It was they have to come for the second Passover. And even in the middle of a global pandemic, like the coronavirus, you would think that, you know, to receive the seal of God and God's protection from this virus. But I guess, yeah, it comes down to picking and choosing. Like I mentioned in the video last year, that's like restricting certain members, even from preaching. And now it's even members for keeping God's commandments. Well, their commandments, you know what I mean? So I find that very strange.
I think they're gonna
ahead, Kelsey.
probably try to use that as like a way to make members come more and be more active. In that, I mean, this is just my opinion, but you know, like the study with the weeds and the wheat, that they always say, like, you know, Father's coming soon, right? And so now is a time where, you know, the weeds are being separated from the wheat. So we want to be the wheat that goes to the good barn. So I can imagine them saying or justifying this as being like, okay, for those of you who are, if you weren't asked to keep the first one, you need to reconsider your faith, kind of thing, which is sad, but I can see that as a justification.
So here's something that made me think of, Jeremy, as you brought that up. I'm curious, with everything going on with the coronavirus right now, have you guys noticed anything? I mean, anything stand out to you about the behavior of the group? It's interesting to me that they're not keeping Sabbath in Zion. They didn't keep Passover within their building. I guess I was under the understanding that that's a problem, even just doctrinally for them.
Yeah.
Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think so, because, they would always say that in the time of disaster to flee to Zion. It's literally called God Who Built Zion. And in the last days, where should we go to receive God's blessing, God's protection? It's in Zion. And if I'm not mistaken, Kelsey, you screenshotted, I think, some comments of members who say the way to be protected from the coronavirus is through the Passover. Multiple members, posting that on social media. So
I didn't screenshot it. I just found it on that questioning page.
Okay, gotcha. So they're boastfully preaching that the way to be saved is through the coronavirus, which, I mean, not to be saved from the coronavirus is through the Passover, but if that's the case, then why not invite all the members, and why not come to church to receive the water of cleansing and God's word? You know what I mean?
Interesting.
So we were never taught like to stay home. It was always come to Zion. So
there's always been an emphasis put on being inside the building for the observances of these things. Is that right?
Always. Even back in Florida when my brother got married, I was told that I need to go to, because he got married on a Saturday, and I needed to go keep services and then leave the wedding reception, to go keep service, and then I can go back to the wedding reception.
Same thing happened to me with my sister's wedding. I had to I begged and begged, like, please let me be able to keep this one service at home so I could attend my sister's wedding in full. And they said, they allow some people to keep service at home, but it's just to make them feel better. It doesn't really count, is what I was told.
Okay. So I think I saw too, I don't remember where I even saw it. It might have just been on Facebook or something, but I saw a picture of one of their buildings, I think in, was it Australia or New Zealand?
Christchurch, New Zealand.
Was it New Zealand?
Yeah.
And it was affected by the earthquake. You can see damage to their building. So tell me, Kelsey, why is that problematic?
Well, that's problem. From my own experience, I can tell you why that's problematic, because I was living in Seattle when that happened, and my landlord, her daughter was a deaconess in that church. So when that earthquake happened, it was like early Saturday morning in New Zealand, but it was like later in the evening Friday, for Seattle. And that deaconess, I talked to her on the phone, and she said that nothing, like, there was a old Catholic church, or there was a newer Catholic church in Christchurch that got completely demolished, but our church, even though the building was 100+ years old, nothing happened to it. And then I saw pictures. I was like, wait a minute. What happened?
Wow. Okay.
And so, but no, I agree 100% with what Jeremy said, is that, they say to flee to Zion. They have like a bunch of, songs about that they sing during service, because they teach God is in Zion, right? So they always said that, we don't want to live far away from Zion, because what if something happens? How can we get to Zion?
Well,
so now they're
It
backtracking.
seems from what we're seeing, you don't want to go to Zion now. I mean, it's not really seeming to be too protected from natural disasters if it's just a random earthquake is causing damage to the building. So
and even in the study The Seal of God, they will show in the evidence book not only physical disasters like earthquakes and hurricanes, but even through infectious diseases and pandemics. And they bring up Ebola, H1N1. They bring up these diseases that have occurred in history and say, like, you'll be protected from this too. So it's kind of, I don't know. if they say all of that, you know, and this is the place to come to, but now they're closed and don't want members coming, I think it's a real eye opener for people to really think about, why are they closed when I was taught all this time to flee here in the case of disaster?
That really is. That's something
Especially
that,
in the time of Passover.
yeah, especially.
Yeah.
Man, like if I was a member right now, there'd be so many things about this event going on right now that would be confusing. I think first of all is the fact that they didn't see it coming at all. And it seems like they would, if they are the Church of God, who is so keen on doomsday prophecies, they should have, you know, had some sort of awareness of it. And then, yeah, it's just, it would concern me greatly if you're a member. I think you should really consider why you weren't keeping Passover inside the building, why Sabbath is not being observed in the building. And I do wonder, when things go back to normal, if the way they speak about Zion, I wonder if that'll be impacted at all, if they'll put a little bit less emphasis on being in that location for safety and for God's blessing, etc. Or if they'll somehow pass over it, no pun intended.
Well, Jordan, you just brought up that, you know, it's kind of shocking that they did not see this coming. And that reminded me, in 2018, toward the end, there was that really devastating, like a hurricane coming, like a level 5 in Florida. And there's one parent that has a son in the church down in Florida. And they were instructed directly from head office of Mother to head north to Georgia. Was that? I believe it was Georgia. And so a lot of members started driving up. But then the funny thing was, the hurricane didn't hit Florida, but it went north to like Georgia and the Carolinas. Okay. So you would think that Mother would know where this hurricane's going to hit. And instead you direct them to go to the exact place where this hurricane's coming.
Yes.
You know, so
but with that, you know, and guys, I don't say this to be offensive or rude. I really don't. But John Giljaw, Mother doesn't even know members' names. She doesn't even know your name. She doesn't know you exist. That can't be emphasized enough. So of course, how would she know? How would she know to predict the coronavirus or anything significant? It just goes to show, again, if you're a member, you really need to think about these things. And going back to the biblical texts that, if you didn't see earlier, just texts in the Bible that emphasize and point us to the God's desire for there to be evidence that backs up the claims of Christianity, that backs up the gospel and the truthfulness of it. He wants us to base our faith on evidence. That's, I think, why Christianity is so unique, true Christianity, because it's so rooted in actual historical data about this Jewish man who 2,000 years ago, historically verifiably, was crucified. And then, you know, he was immediately, and these are things we talked about in the last video. If you didn't watch, we talked about evidence for the Christian faith, but immediately multiple people corroborating, I don't know if that's the right word, but saying the same thing about him resurrecting. And even amongst unbelieving historians, there's agreed upon facts about the resurrection, that this man Jesus died. And another agreed upon fact is that his followers actually believed that they saw him, that there were appearances of him, that his tomb was empty. There's historical data that ultimately the Christian faith is based on. It rises and falls on whether or not this man Jesus really rose from the dead. If there's not evidence for that, then, as Paul says in 1 Corinthians 15, this is all futile, it's worthless, it's empty, it's a pointless faith. And I think that's a challenge and an encouragement for not just people in the WMSCOG, but any faith. Can you really back up evidentially what you're believing in? If you can't, then you need to throw it away. It's a waste of time. And again, it comes back to, I think, over and over, as we're challenging members to provide solid evidence that Aung San Hong is God, that John Giljaw is God. It's just not there. There is no evidence for it. There's not irrefutable proof that as Acts, what was it? It was Acts 1:3. Talks about how Jesus, he appeared and he proved that he had rose from the dead. He gave many convincing proofs, is what it says. Acts 1:3. I still have yet to see where Aung San Hong or John Giljaw ever gave or have given any convincing proofs that they are who they say they are. But for the gospel, for the true message of the gospel, God wanted there to be convincing proof so that we know this thing we're going to have to give our lives to is based on reason. It's based on something that is real and true. So I don't even know how I got off on that tangent, but
I think if An Sang-hong was still alive today, he would be shocked to see how the WMSCOG views him, because in all of his writings, he never claimed to be God, never once. And so I think he would be absolutely shocked and appalled as to how his image has been used and his words have been twisted in the WMSCOG.
Yes. So we're getting a comment from Carrie on. There's several that I put down. A question. Hey, if you're in the comments and you want a question answered, you guys have started to tag. You do the @Great Light Studios. I should have told you to do that before, but that makes it much easier for us to see if you have a question. So make sure you do that. But Carrie Aunt, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. I'm probably not, but they asked, is she even still alive? And they're referring to Zong or Jong, and they asked, will she rise again? And they also asked, why is she not on YouTube? Which is a very valid question. And so, will she rise again? No, she won't.
No.
And I think evidence. This really, I think the WMSCOG in many ways is it's kind of it's got a lifespan that's shortening as time goes on, as this woman ages. It's only a matter of time before there's going to be some real issues in this group when she dies, because she's going to die. She's a human being. And so
as everybody comes to die. Yeah.
Just as Aung San Suu Kyi died. And I don't want her to die. I don't say that in a murderous way or anything like that. I sincerely want the best for her. I desire that she repents and stops deceiving people. But the fact is just that she's going to die, and no, she will not rise again, just as Aung San Suu Kyi didn't rise again, because they're human beings. And I think, that's a funny question, but it's a valid question. Why isn't she on YouTube? Why isn't she in hospitals clearing them out? Why isn't she defending this world from the coronavirus? I don't know. And there's probably doctrinal answers to those maybe, but
and
you guys' thoughts on that?
They teach that when she dies, that's it. Like, at least that's what they taught for a long time, until a deacon in San Diego who watched the videos, he left and started doing more research. And he said that they started prepping people, the leaders specifically, if mother dies, that shouldn't mean anything. Like, you have the faith till the end until father comes back, right? So they're starting to now teach leaders to prep that if mother passes away.
That is so unfortunate.
Yeah.
Because I've sat in on conversations with members, and I've asked them specifically. One of the last conversations I had with this specific member from my city, and I asked, what would happen? Like, what would you do if she died? Like, what does that mean to you? And he had no hesitation at all. He's just like, well, this whole thing wouldn't be true. It just proved that this is false and it's not true. That answer honestly shocked me. Just how quickly he answered and how confident he was in that moment that her death would it just easily disprove the WMSCOG. And so that's kind of been my fear, is that they're going to subtly begin to be aware that she's going to die, so we need to begin to kind of ease the WMSCOG into being ready for that and having a response to that, which is just unfortunate, obviously.
Can I also make a point though that also An Sang-hong in his Mystery of God book, in his original book, there were 3 chapters that were removed from that book, and one of which was a chapter where he explains that the 144,000 will go to heaven alive with Elijah. And so, like, An Sang-hong's own teaching contradicts Jean Gilja dying and us and not us, but and the 144,000 going up to heaven together with her. The church did teach that, and I think I've seen some pages here and there. I know if you Google it, you can find it.
Okay, so can you say that once more? They taught what exactly?
They were on the church.
Yes.
Oh, the church, they taught for a long time that the 144,000 will go to heaven alive with John Gilja. And then I think it was like maybe around 2013ish is when they said, oh, they never taught that at all. But
Okay.
the evidence is otherwise. Even when you see, I mean, you obviously can't see the videos inside the
Yeah.
church because there's so many videos that they do not make known to the public. But even when you see within the videos, I mean, they say like how many times they say we're gonna go to heaven together with Mother. In their new songbook, they say the same thing, that we'll go to heaven together with Mother, but she's gonna die. We're still gonna be here, and there's gonna be they're gonna have some kind of justification for it in the church. They're gonna say we didn't repent enough, we didn't change ourselves quick enough, she couldn't wait for us.
Yep.
And then there's gonna be a mass exodus from the church,
Mhm.
and all the people that said, oh well, it's fake, or I mean, if like what you just said, like if this happens, then the church is fake. Those are the same people that hopefully they they leave
It'll
beforehand,
wake 'em
but
up. Yeah.
they're gonna say, oh, it was a misunderstanding, like with the 2012. People said the same thing.
Yep.
That if 2012
It's
comes
gonna
and
be
we're still
another
here,
2012.
yeah,
It's
it's
gonna
gonna
be
be
that. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay. So we got we have a current member. Is my audio okay, guys? If you're in the comments hearing this, I noticed in the last Zoom meeting I listened back through some of it and I kept sounding like I was shouting into the mic. So I'm trying to get my Zoom is weird. It doesn't work super well sometimes. So, anyways, if my mic or my audio is sounding weird, let me know. But we have a current member, and I've seen this person show up in the comments quite a bit lately. It's Proxant Sifa. I'm never going to pronounce that correctly, but you guys are seeing him in the live feed. And again, this member was intended, or this video was intended for current members. And so he said that he just made the comment, if it is from God, he quoted Acts 5:39. If it is from God,
Yeah.
you will not be able to stop these men. You will only find yourself fighting against God. So I'm going to reply to that because I've seen that shared many times. I think many times by this individual who's made that claim. I've seen that by many other members, and I think this was an argument that Ray was kind of alluding to, wasn't he? Wasn't he kind of alluding to this same thing, Kelsey?
He quoted that verse too. I mean, I've seen it so many times in the comments from different people, but he did quote it during the last session.
Okay, so this is what I would call a non-argument. It's something that just doesn't really hold any water, as we're asking for what we would want to fit into the category of convincing proofs, as if we're referring back to Acts 1:3. That's what we're asking for from current members. We're asking for proofs that Ong Song Hong is God. Here's the only response I would say, I think, unless I missed something, that we've got from a current member in the comments. The only response I would say, this is the only evidence given so far tonight. They're saying if this is from God, if the WMSCOG is from God, then we're not going to be able to stop it. And so that's kind of presented regularly as an argument. I'm just going to say that's not an argument, guys. That in no way helps your case. And here's a couple reasons why. One is because Mormons say the same thing, and we mentioned this to Ray. Mormons would make that same exact case. And what do you see Mormonism failing? Is Mormonism going away? Well, no, it's growing. And it's much bigger than your group. It's much, much larger than the WMSCOG. So does the fact that Mormonism has continued to grow and expand and bring more and more people into it, and it's doing just fine and dandy today, you could just as well, not just as easily, but you can more easily, more accurately apply Acts 5:39 to Mormonism than you could to the WMSCOG. And so this really is not an argument, because evangelical Christianity, evangelical Christians have many opponents, many people challenging it. I would say the primary attack of most passionate atheist figures, popular people like Richard Dawkins or Christopher Hitchens, if you're familiar with those names. Atheism, in large part, is primarily against the Christian faith, but you don't see it going away. You don't see evangelical Christianity going away. And so any religious group could use this verse in the same way that you are. And I'm speaking directly to you again, Proxant Satha, if you're still here. I know I'm saying your name terribly wrong, but I just want to point out that simply posting Acts 5:39 in no way defends your beliefs. It in no way supports anything to say that the WMSCOG is true. I think actually I would suggest that answer only further demonstrates the inability in this video so far for the WMSCOG to provide any valid evidence or response to the things that we've said so far. Guys, feel free to jump in and share your thoughts on that if you have any. And we just got Jordan Young in on the meeting, so look out.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
We
you.
hear you good.
All right, nice.
Welcome.
Thank
I
you.
asked Jordan to jump in. So these are 3 of the former members actually that we've done interviews for. And so we got Kelsey, Jeremy, and Jordan in here with us. If you want to hear their stories, these are all former members, long time members too, not just, short term, but these guys were invested for years of their life in this group. So if you want to hear their stories, we've interviewed each of them, so you can hear more of their stories. But before we move on, I just want to know if any of you have thoughts about any of that. If you would have anything to say to this person in the comments who is an active member.
Join us. Join us.
Yes.
Do we have an
Exactly.
active member in the chat?
We do not. I had
Okay.
multiple that said they would be here.
I think they're the one in the chat is I'm
in
sorry.
the chat. We do have in the chat.
Pergzant. And I'm really sorry because I know I'm saying that incorrectly.
Yes.
Pergzant. Please join us if you can.
Yes, we would love for you to join us and to share, just share your thoughts here. We would give you time to share your thoughts about anything we've said. So.
And please don't feel intimidated either. We're not
Yes.
gonna go at you or anything.
No, not at all. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and look at a couple more questions we've got. And guys, if you've seen any questions come up that you want to share, Kelsey, I see you post a couple in the comments, and that's helpful. So just go ahead and feel free. Jeremy, Kelsey, Jordan, just chime in if you have anything to say. But I'm gonna find. Let's see. We got a couple more comments.
I've seen a couple in regards to what's going to happen when Jong dies.
Yes, I've seen that as well. You guys have any thoughts on that? I know we've talked a little bit about it, but
they're gonna have an explanation for it.
Yeah, they're gonna have some. I remember when I was attending the Seattle branch, I was paired up preaching with one of the brothers in that branch, and we had a brief discussion about it, like, what if that time comes, like, what if, she actually passes away? What are we going to do? And we kind of talked amongst each other, and we just came to the conclusion rather quickly, just saying to one another, we just have to keep strong in the faith. We have to keep strong in the faith. No matter what happens, it happens for a reason. And we just have to stay strong until Father comes. That was basically the conclusion of that conversation.
Yeah, and I just think it's, man, like this is an important thing that, again, just challenging and encouraging any current member to really think about, that it's going to be much better if you get out now than if you wait until that day that's coming that she dies, and then you realize, oh my, I've wasted so many years in this group. Yeah, please listen to this now and know that day is coming. That's a reality. This woman is a human being. She will pass away, just as Ong Song Hong did. We got Sarah Vasquez comment and said that something that concerns me is what will they do if the lady dies? Because I know this cult poisons people, so that's concerning. Go ahead, Kelsey.
I was gonna say I wouldn't say that they poison people, but I think how do I say, like, I think any kind of group with a level of like high control over its members has the ability to become like a Jim Jones kind of situation.
Mhm.
Or like a David Koresh in Waco kind of situation. And I think in regards to WMSCOG, I'm not saying like, you know, they would do that. I'm just saying any group with a high level control over its members has the ability to do that. So if Jong dies, I mean, if I think anything is possible if the leader of a high control group dies. But
Mm.
I think what we're gonna see is more likely what we're gonna see is they're gonna come up with an explanation as to why she had to go before us. And
Yep.
like I said before, that she couldn't wait for us to repent anymore. And then we're kind of on our own till for a bit,
Yep.
and then it'll be pastor or general pastor who kind of takes over.
Yep. So
There's definitely going to be some guilt. In
yeah,
place.
Yeah.
that's what I was going to say.
Definitely,
Is
definitely.
it's you guys think it's probably going to be a lot. The burden for that is going to be put on the members. Is that right?
Yeah, like we didn't do enough.
Yep.
We didn't work hard enough. We didn't recruit enough members
Yep.
for Father to say, "Oh, you guys are ready. Come back home," and he's gonna take his wife back home to heaven. That's basically how I picture it.
Yep. So we got in the comments.
So there's definitely gonna be some guilt.
The live stream. Sorry about that. We got in the comments another current member, Faith in Jerusalem, our Heavenly Mother. This is another person I've seen regularly in the YouTube comments, I believe. So first, I just want to invite you again, as everybody's really in the comments.
So I think Jordan is coming back.
Yeah, his
I'm here
I
too.
think his connection.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. I just assumed it was me.
Oh
So
man.
yeah, so for those of you in the comments, our fearless leader is coming back soon.
Is that as soon as Michelle joined, huh?
I
No, I'm
know.
just kidding.
Sorry, guys. It was my fault. How's everybody doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. I was listening while I was finishing up with work. And
I think his connection.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. I just assumed it was me.
Kelsey, you're on.
I'm on. I'm the DJ while we wait.
No, on YouTube. On YouTube, they can hear you.
Sorry, guys. It was my fault.
Oh, it's coming through because somebody's got it. How are you?
Good. I was listening while I was finishing up with work. And
Cool, cool.
I think someone has their YouTube audio on in the background.
Yeah, that was me. I'm sorry. I was just
Oh.
testing it out. But yeah, let's see. Can they said they can hear us now. Wrong Johnson can hear Kelsey.
Okay, cool.
Can you guys type really quick if you can hear us really fast or no?
Yeah, because we can hear each other. Anyone answer my question? Okay, well, one moment. Faith in Jerusalem, our Heavenly Mother. Let's wait till Jordan gets back for that one. But can you guys hear us in our can you guys hear us? I haven't seen anybody respond yet if they can hear us.
Oh, Chelsea. She said she can hear us.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, it's a little delayed on my end. Okay, cool. So we're still waiting for Jordan to come back. But we have Michele joined us. And so I think I've seen a couple of questions about the jacket. Since that's not really about it kind of is related to the doctrine, but I think the reference to the jacket is in regards to the shooting that happened in Oregon back in 2012. there was like two members who were at the Clackamas Mall when the shooting occurred, and then what happened was allegedly one member, she was shot at, and her jacket had like a bullet hole, and the church really like pushed that image throughout the church and like said like, oh, Passover like protected her, the bullet like passed over her, and like I wasn't there when that happened, obviously, but I was in Oregon and I picked those two members up from the mall that day. And they were there. They were there that day, but I don't know like what really happened in regards to what was like inside, but there was a shooting. This member, like, they took like a picture of the bullet hole in their coat, and then it was distributed among the church. But I do know when that member went to Korea with her husband. Um, this is what she had told me, was that John Gilja told her that when she was there, like the only reason she survived that shooting was so that her husband could come into the church. So I do want to say that, because I don't think many members, I don't think that was, obviously that wasn't said in the sermon that was given by John Gilja. But that one's not made known to that sermon is not made like known to the public. It's just within the church. They had like a John Gilja gave a sermon about that one. So
yeah, I remember hearing about that. It was and I know exactly who you're talking about too, because that lady was
yeah,
my
you know
teacher.
her.
She was my teacher when I was
And
a
I'm
kid.
sorry about that, because I can only imagine how that must have been for you.
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. I mean, I think we had I think it was
Hey,
in
guys.
20, I want to say 16. We had a joint education between Seattle and Portland, and you guys came up to Seattle, and that was my first time seeing her in like, I want to say like 10 years.
Yeah, no,
Hey,
because
guys,
I
you
was
remember
there. I
that?
was there with her. We saw
Yeah.
you on your bike.
And do you remember her husband? She brought her husband up too, didn't she?
No, not at that time. She wasn't married at that
Okay.
time.
Okay.
That was a few
You
years
guys hear
later.
me at all?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can hear you.
Oh, yeah.
Gordon.
you.
There you go.
Good.
He's
Sorry,
back.
guys. I heard an explosion outside, and then my whole house just went black. So I don't know what happened. I think maybe a car ran into a power line or something, but I just lost power in my whole house for a minute. So does anybody know if we're still live?
Yes.
Yeah, we are. We are.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
Kelsey just went on the jacket explaining about that. But Faith in Jerusalem asked again, has anyone answered the question as far as like, are you saying that Judas walked with Jesus for some quite time? Are you saying that he was infested by his teachings? I see that a lot. People calling this Judas, members that leave. So I don't know if he's like trying to.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know to
Yeah,
specify a little more.
I guess I don't really understand that question.
Yeah, me too. I asked him, can you explain? What do you mean? But Faith in
Okay.
Jerusalem, if you're still there, maybe you can elaborate a little more. If you want to come on and talk, come on the Zoom chat.
Yes, we would love that. That invitation is open to any current member. Have you guys seen, is any other comments or questions come up that you guys would like to answer or address?
I have one that I don't see it in this chat, but I've seen it like just consistently. Again, if we want to like cover about like people say like, okay, if you don't go to the church anymore, then where should I go? Right? If you leave the WMS, where should you go?
Right. Yes, that would be really good to address. So Kelsey, what are your thoughts on that?
My personal thoughts, like, take some time for yourself. I think, like, you don't have to like go from one place to like another. Like, take some time for yourself, and just do your, live your life, and if you want to continue to study the Bible and read the Bible, do so. If you don't, that's fine too. I don't think you necessarily need to go to a certain place. I think you can just do your own thing, and I think that will help you out, like mentally, because there's a lot that goes down that we're not, that you don't really realize when you're there. Like psychologically. And I think like once you're like actually like take the time for yourself to stop and to actually like think, that's where the healing process actually starts.
Yep.
Just my opinion.
Definitely. Um, yeah, I think you guys could all testify to the fact that it's not going to be an overnight thing. Especially if
No.
you've been in for a number of years, you're not going to jump out and immediately be like, oh, well, I'm back to normal and I'm just going to forget all that and, just jump into, another church and just, not have any issues with that. It's going to be a process. And I think, yeah, as you're saying, Kelsey, that's okay. And I think, yeah, coming from my perspective on it, I think God is patient with that. He's not expecting you to have this all figured out immediately. And I think, yeah, it's something that I think a lot of members are thinking that you have to find the right denomination, you have to find the right organization to join yourself to. And I think it just can't be emphasized enough that biblically, the Church of God is not a denomination or an organization. And I do not think that any particular denomination or organization has it all right and is getting it perfectly correct. I mean, I think we brought Tim on just to kind of show you that even we personally have differences and disagreements within the midst of with people that we would personally call brothers in Christ, and I think that's okay. And that's I think a testament to the fact that you can find God in a variety of denominations. I think that what I would encourage you with is find, if the time comes, when the time comes, find a group that believes in the core things about who Jesus is. And as we say often, I think one of the distinguishing marks of a cult is, and a dangerous group like this, is what they do with the person of Jesus, what they teach about him, and what they don't teach about him. And so,
And also don't be afraid to ask for help too.
Want to jump in? Do you have any other thoughts on that and encouragements? Yes. Report signs of post-traumatic stress disorder after leaving.
Yeah, I was diagnosed with PTSD and extreme anxiety when I left the church. And yeah, I was told that from, someone close that that's just Satan, ruining my mind since I left the church. And that's what I get, but at the end of the day, what helped, me a lot was meditation and just surround myself with, a lot of positive people and reaching out to family and friends that I didn't talk to when I was in the church a lot, because they'll teach you that that those outside of the church are influenced by Satan and spend all your time in church. So when you reach back out and just build that relationship back up with family and friends, then you start to, get back into your normal way of living and starting to do things that you want to do and that make you happy. So that's just a little encouragement there, like meditation, and then just surrounding yourself with positive and happy people.
Yep. So Ash Keith in the comments says, yes, Kelsey, I lost years of my life in that church. I've given up so much already, and it's not so easy to start all over again. Yeah.
It's not.
I can't imagine. Yeah.
It's not easy to start all over again, but don't be afraid to ask for help, whether that be a therapist or just reaching out, like Jeremy said, reaching out to your family and your friends. And I think you can reach out to us too. And if you just need somebody to listen, sometimes that's the most healing. Or if you just need time to yourself, that's also healing too. Do what helps you, and you'll figure that out as you go, because it's not an easy thing to just leave, because of, again, you're not aware of all the psychological things that are happening to you when you're there, and you kind of feel the effects after you leave, like the PTSD thing. I mean, I haven't been diagnosed with anything, but I can tell you I've had a lot of, if something bad happens, I'll be like, oh, it's because I left the church, but it's not the case. And so just little by little, day by day.
And Kelsey, you can even testify, I think, to, I know we've talked a little bit in past videos that you're kind of finally becoming able to even look at the Bible again. And I know for a long period of time you had to you packed it away, right?
Yeah, I kept it in I kept all my church stuff in a suitcase in my closet. I wanted to get rid of all of it, but I couldn't because I was like, okay, I need this as evidence for when, the church tries to say like, oh, they never did this or they never did that. Like I kept it for evidence, but I kept it like locked away in a suitcase in my closet. And like at least it's not until recently, like really I couldn't read the Bible because every time I read it, every other like line would be like underlined according to the church's teachings, and like it would be hard for me to even like look at what could this verse possibly mean outside of the church doctrine. And so yeah, not until recently was I able to like actually open it and like read it.
Yes. And Nathan, we interviewed him. If you're struggling with that, it's just I can't imagine, as somebody who, to me in my life, faith in God is just a huge aspect of my life. And I think for so many people that's the case, and for members leaving this group, that's obviously the case. You joined this group, not many of you have just a sincere desire to know God. And so how confusing, how depressing, and just perplexing, I think, to experience what you've experienced, and to find out after all these years that, wait a minute, this is a cult. I just personally say that I think there's a lot of grace for you from me and others, but from God, who would be patient with you in that and your struggle with figuring that all out. And I think he's going to be right there with you in the midst of that. And I think there's people like Nathan and Kelsey, like you're testifying, that you can find that peace again. And this is the biggest thing I would just tell you to consider this, take this away. If you're a member, or a member who's left this group and you're struggling with that, you just have to know that the perception that this group gave you of what what God is, of who he is, of what he's like, what his personality is like, what his thoughts toward you are, you have to know that those are not true. It's not an accurate depiction of God's heart. So, and I think there's elements of truth. I think there's elements of truth within the WMSCOG. I'm not whitewashing the whole thing and saying it's all wrong. I think there's elements of the Bible that they get right, but overall, their picture and the perception of God that they give, I would just encourage you to know that's not the case. God is more loving. He's more kind. He's more patient than anybody in this video right now can even imagine. And I know that if you just, as Nathan encouraged in the interview we did with him, just persevere, be patient. The last thing that he kept encouraging members, he said, just don't kind of just have this attitude of shaking your fist at God and saying, how could you let this happen to me? I'm done with you, kind of attitude. But just be patient, bring your questions to him, and ask and you will receive, seek and you will find. And so hopefully some of that's helpful. There's a lot happening I'm trying to keep up with. We have, I believe, maybe a current member who just joined our Zoom meeting. Give me 1 second, and maybe you're not, I don't know, a current member, but I'm going to see really quick before we move on from Faith in Jerusalem or Heavenly Mother. There's a series of comments that they left. I just want to see if there's any clarity that was brought to.
So yeah, he did. He clarified it. He said, the as far as Judas Iscariot and Jesus, I got it right here. He said that my point is, just because you are in an organization doesn't mean they belong. Just like Judas, Satan entered him and betrayed Jesus. So that statement with members being with the church a long time and leave doesn't justify the truth. The same thing when statements saying if God the Mother dies, it doesn't justify that she's just another woman and not God. So I guess to answer that question, for Mother dying and doesn't justify to be God. If you look at the heavenly play, if you're a member of the Church of God, there's a 3-part series. Part 1, what happened in the kingdom of heaven. Part 2, this earth. Part 3, the award ceremony and banquet. And even in that video, we all entered heaven with Mother, and they have taught that when Father will come back for Mother and the 144,000 saints, they'll enter kingdom of heaven alive. So that's a direct teaching from the Church of God. The church videos are made from head office in Korea. So if she dies, then that does not make her God. So that statement where you said that it doesn't justify she's just another woman and not God, actually her dying does justify she is just another woman and not God, because that is all coming from head office in Korea. So that does justify that statement. And then as far as Judas Iscariot goes, with members being with the church a long time and leave doesn't justify it's the truth. I still don't understand what question you're trying to ask. My question was, if Judas was infested by Jesus's teaching because he was with Jesus quite a long time, my point is because the organization doesn't mean they belong, just like Judas didn't belong with Jesus. I still don't really understand what you're trying to get that point across for.
Yep.
But as far as mother goes, actually, if she dies, it does justify she is not God, and she is definitely just another woman.
Okay.
But,
yes.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for covering that. We had also Miss Louise said that nobody's been answering my question. So again, just let you guys know, if you do have a question you want answered, make sure to tag Great Light Studios. Do the @ Great Light Studios, because that makes it visible to us in the comments that you're asking a question that you want us to answer. So real quick here. So we have, sorry guys. We kind of got bombarded with a few things at once. So I'm trying to figure out the right direction to go here. I want to look at a couple more questions real quick. So Zion is real. I believe this person, this is a former member at this point. Again, this is a person who has been a normal opponent in the YouTube comments for as long as I can remember. I don't know how long we've been going back and forth in the YouTube comments, but just recently, Zion is real came and out and told us that he or they having some signs on having some bad internet stuff going on. You guys still hear me?
Yep,
Yeah,
I
we
can
still
hear
hear you.
Okay,
It's just
sorry.
a little choppy here and there.
Yep, I just had something popped up on my screen telling me my internet was unstable. So, okay, so there's somebody in the comments who, or in this meeting, who's joined us in the Zoom meeting, who I want to address. And I asked earlier, this person, I think you'll know who you are. If you're okay with us mentioning your name, could you tell me yes or no real quick? I just don't want to mention your name if you don't want us to. Okay, so we have joined in the Zoom meeting with us Michele Colon. Tell me if I don't want to say your name incorrectly. So
It's Cologne, sorry.
Colon. Okay. I hope it's not Colon. That's
No.
okay. So thank you for joining us. If you're a member or former member, there's a good chance you probably recognize that name. So maybe could you tell us a little bit real quick of who you are and what your connection is to all of this that's happening right now?
Sure. So I was a member back in 2009, 2010, and was kicked out ultimately in April of 2011. I started speaking out online, and that's what led to me being kicked out. My husband at the time divorced me ultimately because of me wanting to speak out against the church. He was a member also. They convinced him that I was possessed by the devil, etc. So that relationship ended, and I continued speaking out online. The examining site, which most people know about, I'm pretty much the main contributor to the content on there, although I do have help sometimes. The WMSCOG in New Jersey sued me twice, once in Virginia and once in New Jersey, for defamation because of statements on the examining site and others. And they've lost those lawsuits, and now I'm currently in litigation with them. I have 2 lawsuits against them in the state of New Jersey, and those are pending.
Wow.
But yeah, recently the examining site, we did an overhaul of it and put a bunch of new content up there. And I'm glad you guys are looking at it and benefiting from it. And I'm glad it's helping people. That was why I started the site to begin with. I really wanted to warn people about the dangers of this group and the things that I saw going on there. And, you know, just about the biblical misinterpretations. I wanted to kind of cover everything.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
that's what
So
we're doing so far.
Here's a good plug for your website, because that's been so helpful for us, even just making these videos, and we continue to use that resource. And so, yeah, we just right now want to point people to that, and probably a lot of you are familiar with that. And so again, that's examining the WMSCOG.com. Did I say that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So there is a lot of good stuff on there. And really, if you're a member and you're wanting to really seek this out, there's some of the articles on there, I think, just bring up such good, clear points. You could go and just read one article, and I think it could shake your entire faith in this group. And so it's really something I would encourage you guys to go and look at, and read through some of the information on there. So you said you're in the middle of lawsuit against the church. Is that right?
Correct.
And how is that going?
They're going slow. I mean, they've kind of pulled a lot of tricks to try to delay things, and things have been really complicated. But I have 2 lawsuits against them. One is about them hacking into my accounts, and the other is for filing a frivolous, well, 2 frivolous lawsuits against me, the ones in New Jersey and then the ones in Virginia. I maintain that everything I said about the church online was true from my own experience. And ultimately the court did agree with me and ruled that everything I said was my opinion, and dismissed their lawsuit. So
yes.
So we're currently going on that.
Okay, good. Well, yeah, I really hope and pray that that goes well. And we were mentioning earlier that you've kind of taken a frontline hit from them, and so hopefully, you know, that's a bummer that you've had to experience that, but hopefully that your experience in that will help others in the future. So here's something I'm curious about for you guys here in the meeting, Kelsey, Jeremy, and Jordan. I'm wondering if you, while you were in this group, were familiar with Michele and had heard that name before.
They had a whole, like, oh my God. And Jordan, that's where I first met you, Jordan, was at that seminar that they had, because Michele had came out of the church, Ron Ramos had came out, Diane Sims came out, and they had made videos on YouTube. And it was just crazy. We had like a, I don't know, 4 or 5 day seminar where they had like you know, people gathered to the West Coast. I know they had one in Chicago, they had one in New York, where they just like basically took all the information that Michele put on her website and just, you know, had a rebuttal for everything. And then they did like this huge smear campaign on Michele. Like, I mean, I had never heard of her before. The church made like blasted her name.
Yeah,
Okay.
she was enemy number 1 along with Ron Ramos.
Really?
Yeah, it was crazy. Like, it was a whole week. Man, it was like we were packed up in the Reseda Church
It's like
sanctuary.
15 hours a day.
Yeah, 15 hours a day, just all this stuff.
Can't take notes.
Exactly. And do you remember there were like
there were
missionaries
guards walking around,
exactly,
making sure that we weren't taking notes.
Yeah, it was serious. It was real serious. And then we went to Pasadena for the whole for where all the members on the West Coast would come.
That because the first seminar was only for leaders.
Yeah.
Second one was for everybody. The one in Pasadena was for everybody.
So the one in Pasadena, they had security all over the place.
Yeah.
With the fancy earpiece on, and it was like crazy. It was a really big smear campaign, and they had you thinking that Michele was Satan. Ron was the spawn of Satan. Okay. And it was crazy. I mean, but ultimately, just being as someone who is a former member now, all the content on the website, on the examining website, I mean, that was my outlet, like on the forums and everything, all the
Yeah.
articles. That was my outlet. Like I'll be at work or I'll be at home and I'll just be on the website. This is when I was a member too. This is while I was a member. I'll just be doing my research on that website, and I mean it was concrete evidence at that point.
Okay.
I mean, when I was, of course, as a current, when I was a current member, I was feeling guilty because I was looking online, I was looking at this content, and because they make you think, oh, you're eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So of course I was feeling extremely guilty looking at it, but everything made sense. So it was like an internal battle within myself for years and years and years. But yeah, I'm very thankful, that website with that content is, it was present, because I don't know what I probably would still be in without that website,
Oh,
honestly,
100%.
without all that
100%.
info.
Yeah, like I want to like let me tell you, and I never said this to Michelle directly, only through like or only through message, but like, I can tell you this. I mean, the amount that Michelle has gone through in the last 10 years as a result of this church, the amount of trauma she's gone through, and how she has turned that trauma into productivity to help others. Because like people like myself, like Jeremy, like Jordan, we would still be in the church if it wasn't for Michelle and all that she has done. And you wouldn't meet a nicer person than Michele Colon and Ron Ramos. And the what the church does to says about these two people is absolutely outrageous. And like it makes me so angry when I hear what they, like, looking back now, like what I hear they say about these two people. I mean, I can't say enough nice things about these two people and the amount of work that they've done to help
Yeah,
us.
I second that with
Thank you,
everything.
Kelsey. Thank you, Jordan. I
Yeah.
appreciate you guys so much. That makes it like all worth it. You guys are right. Like I went through so much and I still continue
You're
to
still
go
going through so much for
Yes.
it.
I mean, I felt that, when they came after me in the lawsuits, that if I didn't continue to fight them, they were just going to do it to somebody else, and that's when
Anybody else would have given up too.
it was rough. I'm not gonna lie. I thought about giving up many times, but I thought about all of the people that were being helped by the examining site, and I said that I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna take the website down, because I could have made all of the lawsuits go away if I would have just given in and taken the website down, because that's ultimately what they wanted. But back then I was running it with someone else, and he helped me a lot, and like we were getting messages from people all the time about how much the site was helping them. And back then we had nowhere near as much content as we do now, and I was just so happy to hear that I couldn't let it go.
Burgos.
Okay, well, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, what the fuck's happening, dude?
Thanks, Michelle. We just kind of got bombarded with some people joining, and so give me one
Gotta-
second.
Okay.
Yo, why?
Yeah, what
I'm
is
part of your class. Check.
Okay. Sorry, suddenly there's about
That's weird.
15 people trying to join right now, and so this is
are they really spamming us right now?
I think we're being spammed by something, and so I apologize for that. So yeah, anyways, Michelle, thank you. I want to say that too. It's again, you have been hugely helpful, and I totally agree with Kelsey, just that you've turned this around. Your experiences, you turn it around in such a way that you are trying to help members. And I can just tell that the fact that you're continuing to write these articles, the thought you're putting into them, that you really want to help people. And in the process of that, you're helping others who are trying to help members. And so that's just huge. And so, yeah, we're just so thankful for you. Guys, if you're Kelsey, Michelle, I'm going to probably have to start kicking some people out here. So give me a second. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves as I'm cleaning some people out.
Suck my fucking dick, you hear me?
Okay,
Yep.
that's one that you can.
There's one.
There's
I
one.
suppose you guys think we should talk,
Shut up.
or do
Name
you
is
think?
fucking Jordan, bro. Shut the
There's
fuck up.
there's another one.
What's happening?
All right.
There's another. What's happening? Shut the fuck up, you hoe.
Yep, there's another one.
We upset some people.
Hey,
Yeah,
so
that's
classy.
crazy.
So
That's
classy
crazy.
for the Church of God members, you know?
You guys
really
think
classy.
And
these
one
are?
of them came up as a Korean name too. I just want to point
See,
that out.
Slicey, stand up.
You guys think these are?
I mean, Jordan, no one else would be coming to these videos except WMSCOG members. Like
Yeah.
that, like who else would be coming to this video? You
And
know?
as soon as
Your
Michelle
fucking
starts
mother.
talking too, so
And this link was only posted in your videos in this chat. So
That's true. And on
at the end of the day, this is not a public link where this can be like accessed by hackers or anything. This is literally a link that was provided only to specific videos that are to the World Mission Society Church of God. So hey,
nice
I mean,
that happened
I mean,
live
at
too.
at the end of the
Yeah.
day, attitude reflects leadership. So
Yeah.
I mean, let's get real. I mean, why are they acting like this? It
Yeah,
starts with
that's
the
crazy.
leadership.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I guess we can't confirm with absolute certainty that these are members, but I think the evidence would point in that direction for sure.
Because you have to be searching for the WMSCOG to come across. I mean, to come across
Yeah, why would
this
you come
this
up?
name.
Yeah,
So
Well,
they
well,
you know.
for example, one of the names was WMSCOG Warrior. So I mean, doing the math.
Oh,
it
and
kinda-
I would like to talk about this. Okay, can I
Yeah.
talk about this because this person will not leave me alone. Okay,
okay.
this person came on the last one. They're on this one, and they're
Is that
constantly yes, Alan. But let me tell you how they're. I mean, they're okay. So this person contacted my personal Instagram page. Okay, and said that they were an active member of the Roman Catholic Church, which already is a red flag for me because I don't know many Catholics that say I'm from the Roman Catholic Church, right? That Roman Catholic Church, like that's exactly how the WMS says, okay? So I'm very like on guard when somebody contacts me because I'm trying to make sure that they're not a current member pretending to be a former member, or just trying to get information out of me to attack me
Yeah.
or to try to sue me or anything
Oh,
like
yeah,
that.
absolutely.
And so I was on guard, but I was still polite. And they sent me over 10 friend requests. I deleted each one. And I even responded saying, I'm sorry, I don't accept people I don't know. And they told me my attitude is rubbish, that they asked like questions about the church. They asked me, this one was a good one, where does Great Light Studios belong? And they said they wanted to know where you guys were located.
Oh, wow.
And, like, you know, I was like, oh, I don't know where they're located.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, like the last messages was really, I'm a member of Roman Catholic Church. I'm not lying. Please answer me. Such a rubbish attitude you have. I'm constantly telling you that I'm currently a member of the Roman Catholic Church. Why don't you believe it? Let me tell you why I don't believe it. When they appeared in this chat, what was their name? WMSCOG Warrior.
Really?
So
Was
yes.
that, oh, wow. That was
Yeah,
them.
so that's I'm on the fence, and I, you know, every justification be on the fence, and he just justified that. So
Wow. Okay.
I want to address that because he's
Well,
gonna
thank
keep
you.
coming back.
I'm glad he did, and I'm glad I'm aware of that because I can
Yeah.
start figuring out how to block. And obviously I'm learning here, but I probably should figure out. I know there's a setting to block video. I really don't know. I think some inappropriate things flashed across the screen, and again, apologize for that. That's beyond our control. But I think that really, you know, in a way, I just want to take a moment and say thank you to all of you WMSCOG members who just jumped on and showed your true colors. You have absolutely reconfirmed, I think, everything we're saying and all the purpose of what we're doing this for. I would say you just solidified it in a unique way. And so thank you for that.
Yeah, that was a very weird sequence. That was,
It was, wasn't it?
that was very weird, but I mean,
Speaking of PTSD,
But it's good that this is live because
yeah, it's
no
good it's live.
editing. We didn't
Yeah.
no
edit
editing.
this.
Yep, that's right.
Man.
Okay, guys, I'm going to take a risk here. I got one person waiting to join. I do not know what's about to happen, but I would like to at least see if this is a current member and give the opportunity to talk. This might be a bad idea, but here it goes. This is Robbie. They might have left though. It looks like they left, so never mind.
Oh, look, he
Oh,
joined.
wait.
He
Oh,
joined.
Yeah.
he did join. Robbie, hi. Are you a current member and are you wanting to dialogue? Or are we about to see something we don't want to see? Can you hear us, Robbie? You're unmuted. Okay, I'm going to give you some time to figure out if you got audio issues. Most likely you're preparing an assault on our screens with some obscene image, but yeah, I just muted you. Try to figure out if you want to say something, figure out your audio if you could. We couldn't hear you. And so in the meantime, guys, have there been any questions or anything that's come up? Obviously, in all that, we probably missed a bunch of questions, but
Can you hear me now?
Oh, we can hear you.
There he is.
Oh, okay. Then I'm sorry. I have visitors in the living room.
okay. Your name is Robbie.
Yeah.
Are you a current member of the WMSCOG?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you
I like to.
are you a former member?
No. I'm actually trying to join.
You're trying to join. Okay.
Yeah.
What makes you want to join? And if you could you get a little closer maybe to your phone and speak a little louder? There's a bit of background noise.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
Yeah. Is there any girls here that can pop a titty?
Yep, there's another one to close.
Yep. Kick him out. Get him out of here.
There we go.
Jeez.
Oh my God.
This was an
That person
attempt.
sound legit for like half a second.
I actually recognize his voice from when all those people had joined.
Yeah.
I kind of sounded familiar, so yeah, he's a troll. LSR on the chat, yeah, seems like a
Seems
troll. He's a troll.
You called it. All right. Well, I just wanted to make sure this video again was intended to be a platform for current members to come and dialogue with us. And if that was current members, wow, that's about all you can say to that. That's their evidence, I guess. That's the WMSCOG evidence right there. So, okay, let's go back, guys. If you've come across any questions or anything that you want to address.
Well, there's Faith in Jerusalem, or Heavenly Mother, that I'm trying to see if he can come on, because he's actually, being respectful in the comments. Just like really trying to ask a question, but then I asked him one too, and just would like him to just come on and just do it like a talk chat as opposed to comments. So Faith in Jerusalem, if you want to jump on the call, we'd love to have you on. And as you're being respectful in the comments, we will too. So so I mean, like you said, it's limited. You only can put 200 characters in a comment on YouTube, so it'd be a lot faster and easier to just jump on a call. So Gordon, you got it.
Yep. Yeah, that'd be great. And we would we're definitely not going to tag team and jump all over you. We sincerely, my heart here is I want to hear what, again, going back to what we asked Ray, is just why you're giving your life to this thing. You're giving your entire life to basically the belief that Aung San Hong is second coming Christ and that Zongil Ja is Mother God. And I truly believe that you believe this sincerely, and I believe you're sincere. I don't believe that the majority of members in this group are not purposely being deceived or trying to be deceptive. I believe you sincerely desire to know God. So I just want to hear your thoughts about this. I want to hear what, even just today, right now in this moment, even being in the midst of this conversation, I would want to know what is keeping you in this group. What is making you feel so convinced when you observe the evidence that would make you continue to want to be in this group. So we would love to give you the opportunity to share that. But I also understand it's probably a bit of a intimidating platform to join. So, and
this is kind of common. What I've seen too is that the World Mission Society Church of God will prep members and say that, if people are speaking against the truth, it's the same exact thing that happened during Jesus's time with the Pharisees and Sadducees and the teachers of the law. And then, that's why they'll ask Jesus questions about Sabbath and Passover, like, why is he eating and drinking flesh of a man? And, is he a cannibal, like eating flesh and drinking people's blood? He's a vampire or cannibal, like. And in the same thing now, there'll be people that will understand, the truth, and then the other ones that will go against it, just like the Pharisees, Sadducees. And I don't know, it's a very common argument when you present a question like about God the Mother or about Ansang Hong. It'll all just be pushed back about, well, in Jesus' time, like straight defense toward that, and not answering the question that you originally asked. So I don't know if you want to touch on that or something, but that's something that I've noticed. But I'll let you guys take it.
Jordan, Kelsey, Michelle, you guys have any thoughts on that? I want to give you guys an opportunity to share anything.
Well, on the topic of just members joining, like what he said, what Jeremy said is, yeah, they do prep. They prep, members to rebuttal, slanders, quote unquote slanders. But I also want to mention, just for you current members that are listening right now, I know it's going to take a huge amount of courage to even join a call like this, to put your story out there. I mean, I already know how you guys are feeling right now. I know Kelsey, Jeremy, Michelle. I know you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. How intimidating it could be to even be watching this video period. Like they're already
Their
in that
conscience is
curiosity
probably
stage.
bothering
Yeah,
them.
their consciousness right now is being rattled right now.
Mhm.
Even just watching something like this. So, but I do think that Jordan Hatfield, if you do continue to do stuff like this, meetings like this, and I do believe that more and more will build up courage to want to be able to put their story out there, and even current members even want to maybe come on and just converse, like who was it last week or last Tuesday? It was Ray.
Yep.
Yeah, he was very respectful. I mean, he came on, discussed a little bit.
Yeah.
But I know, like, for something like what he did, it took a great amount of courage, to come on and for him to even admit that he didn't have certain answers
Yeah, definitely.
for some of the questions that you had. So just for you current members listening right now, like, we're not going to attack you. We're just, it's a respectful conversation that, we
Yep.
just want to have, with you guys. So.
Yes. Yeah, I absolutely agree. The response of, I don't know, I'll go away and look at that is I think a commendable way of responding to these things. And so that's what we would hope to find in a current member who would be willing to come on and talk with us. And so, Michelle, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I think it's to me, it's kind of a big deal that you're in here with us. And this is kind of a somewhat of a big moment. So if you have anything you want to share, I just want you to feel free to jump in at any point. And also Kelsey, Jeremy, Jordan, if you have anything that you think would be helpful for people listening right now, or people who will watch this probably in the future to hear from Michelle, yeah, just feel free to jump in and ask questions. And yeah.
Just to piggyback off of what Jeremy was saying, I feel like members who are listening to this or who watch the videos are probably afraid of joining, because World Mission is going to want to find out who they are and why they're saying what they're saying. And if they are still a member, they're going to get rebuked. I mean, I got kicked out for saying things online anonymously about what I was going through with my husband at the time and how difficult the situation was. They don't like any negative criticism. Doesn't matter who it's coming from, but especially not from their current members. So if members are listening to this right now, I could understand why they would be afraid to join, just because they're going to get rebuked, they're going to get in trouble, they may even get demoted. I know that's what they did to Ronnie when he started asking questions. They might even get kicked out, and if they have family members in the group or a spouse or something like that, it would cause a lot of problems for them. So I appreciate that member's courage for coming on the last time. Ray Gomez, I think was his last name. But yeah, just if we don't see them coming on, I think that's probably the reason.
And I mean, how unfortunate. It shouldn't be that way. I mean, even I guess from your guys' perspective biblically, I mean, is that right that people would have to fear just simply asking questions, that these members would have to be afraid of just talking about these things with people that disagree? I don't know. That just
it's just really controlling.
It's very controlling.
It's just a way for the church to just control information. They input that fear and they just want to control.
It seems reminiscent to me of just an abusive type of relationship, and I would think there's some correlations there.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, there are. I mean, if members were to watch videos about being in a relationship with a narcissist or having a narcissistic family member, the overlap is overwhelming between being in a high control group like World Mission and being in a relationship with a narcissist who will use the same tactics to manipulate you, like gaslighting and stuff, for example. But I think a lot of people are also afraid of being sued. That's another thing.
Yeah.
They kind of made an example out of me. They scared everybody, made people sign non-disclosure agreements. And even though the court nullified that agreement here in New Jersey, I don't think that's probably not going to be enough for some people who are in the group for them to feel free to speak. Yeah. And safe to speak out. Unless they use kind of software to hide their voice or something like that and use a fake name when they come on, I don't think it's going to happen. But what were you saying?
So do you think that are members at risk if, like, just for instance, I mean, in this situation, if a member comes on right now and begins to speak out, or a former member, what, from your experience, I guess, what do you think is the likelihood of them being at any real risk of being sued?
Well, I think it would depend on a few things. I don't think that World Mission is probably going to be too eager to sue because they've been like really unsuccessful thus far, not only in the United States, but in South Korea as well. In the United States, unfortunately, you can file a lawsuit against someone for anything. So if whether or not they have enough reason to sue is another issue, right? So they could file the lawsuit, you'd still have to get a lawyer, file a response within the time that's, according to the laws in your state. And even if the case gets thrown out a few months later, that's a considerable amount of time, perhaps money, if you don't represent yourself, that you have to be willing to dedicate just to be able to defend yourself and have the case dismissed. Like for me, it took 3 years to have both cases dismissed finally, because New Jersey doesn't have anti-SLAPP lawsuits. I don't want to get too into the legal jargon. I know I'm used to it already from 9 years of being in court. But there are certain states like California, for example, where a SLAPP stands for Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation. So they have laws in place where if somebody files a lawsuit against you that's frivolous, that's just to get you to be quiet and not criticize and express your right to free speech, the laws in that state are on your side in getting the lawsuit dismissed and getting damages and fees for having to fight a frivolous lawsuit pretty quickly. New Jersey is not one of those states. New York is. So I would say to the member who's considering, perhaps look to see if your state has anti-SLAPP law statutes or not. If they do, that works in your favor for sure. Virginia did not either. But again, now that World Mission has sued me twice, and also the group in California, Diane Sims and Renita, for protesting and also lost, they've kind of now developed a reputation for themselves, which I don't feel that any court is going to look favorably upon, if that makes sense.
Upon the WMSCOG, you mean?
Correct.
Yeah. And, I'm just going to say again, I know I've said this before, but I just want to kind of publicly restate this again, is that in my opinion, if the WMSCOG, I feel like the platform we have here at Great Light Studios, what we're doing, we're kind of, in a sense, if anybody's going to be sued right now in this season, we're somewhat putting a big target on our faces. But in my perception, I think in a lot of ways, if that happens, I don't want that to happen. Obviously, I don't want to get sued, but I feel like that would be very helpful to what we're doing right now. In a lot of ways, it would be, man, what a good way to just continue to reaffirm and show people the falsehood of this group and the character behind it. Yeah, there's so much emphasis put on members or from members to us about the fact that we don't keep the commandments, and how can we say we believe but we don't obey, things like that, and accusations about that. And we can go directly to, again, Jesus's most famous Sermon on the Mount, where he talks about what our response should be to enemies, to persecutors, and how clearly, and especially Michele, in your case, what direct evidence of disobedience to the commands of Jesus. Love your enemies, pray for those who persecute you. Somebody slaps you on the cheek, turn to them the other. Do you feel like in your situation that is what you experienced?
100% no.
Right.
Yeah, they sued me for $25 million in Virginia. I mean, how ridiculous is that? I mean, it just shows what kind of organization I'm dealing with. They, boast about the number of members they have and the locations they have, and talk about a David and Goliath type of story, right? They're a huge organization with endless resources, and I'm one person with almost no resources. So to go against them in court is not easy, but I feel like this is, I almost sometimes feel like this is why I ended up in the WMSCOG, to go through this experience, to get kicked out, to speak out against them, and to fight them in court, for other people that won't be able to do the same necessarily.
Well, wow, what a cool perspective to have. And even just considering the sovereignty of God. I mean, I love the story of Job. And I think has so much comfort for just human beings in general. But like in your situation, this confusing situation where you join this church, just again, as we've been saying, sincerely, probably wanting to know God. And then the result of that ultimately is you discover it's not true. And then further than that, after that discovery, you're sued by them. And so, I mean, kind of like Job, like, what in the world, God, what is this all about? What are you doing? But just, I love the verse in James, where James in the New Testament looks back at the story of Job, and he talks about just being patient in the midst of trials and confusing situations. And he says that God is very compassionate and merciful. And I know everybody probably in this meeting and on the YouTube comments is having in a variety of places with their thoughts about God. I mean, so I get that, but I do think, I just can't help but think, Michele, and your story, and kind of as you're speaking into just that, in my perception, it seems like God is using this, as he says, I think in Genesis, after the story of Joseph, and Joseph is sold into slavery and all these terrible things happening to him that he didn't deserve. And it says about Joseph Joseph replied to his brothers, and he said, what you meant for evil, God intended for good. And so after all of it, Joseph realized that all this evil has come upon me, all these confusing things. I was thrown in prison after being falsely accused for something I didn't do. But he realized after all that, God intended all of those wrong decisions against him to work it ultimately for the good of others. And so definitely, coming back to that again, and what you're doing on the site, it seems like that is happening in your life. So,
and Ray's back on.
Yeah,
Ray
I was actually going to say something about something he said the other day, and I'm glad he's back in the group. When he said that he was willing to lose his wife over remaining a member of the WMSCOG. Like when I started speaking out, and when the pastor told my husband at the time that I was speaking out, and basically threatened me, I feel like it was a retaliation, right? They caused a division in the marriage because I was speaking out against them, and I refused to be quiet. Mm-hmm. So in doing that, I knew in the back of my mind that I was risking my marriage by continuing to speak out, right? But I felt so strongly about how terrible I thought the group was and how much danger they were doing to people. Because I could have done the opposite. I could have just gone along with it and said, okay, I won't say anything anymore. Just gone to a few services here and there, and my marriage perhaps would have remained intact, but I couldn't do it. But yeah, go ahead, let Ray talk because
Yeah.
we were waiting.
Well, yeah. Well, thanks for sharing that. And Ray Gomez is here. I don't know if Ray, is your audio working?
And is it the same Ray?
Yes.
Yeah,
That's the
because you can put
question.
your name as anything in Zoom.
Yep, you can. I'm a little bit worried. Guys, we did just have John Wick trying to join the meeting. I don't know if I should let him in or not, but I went with no.
Is John Wick now Ray Gomez?
I sure hope not, but it is a possibility. Well, they don't have any audio, so nothing's going on there. But while we're waiting for that, I do faith in Jerusalem, our Heavenly Mother, in the comments. I saw you mention at one point. I know it looks like maybe you guys are having a discussion about Aung San Hong's book, refuting Mother God. And it looks like you mentioned that the way you solved that, or maybe answered that, is going with the teaching that Umsu In, or is just written for Umsu In. I think you need to look at that book yourself if you haven't done that already, and particularly you should really look at the preface of that book, where Aung San Hong tells us his purpose for writing that book. And he tells us that it is the unchanging truth of God, were Aung San Hong's words. So the things he wrote about Umsu In, yes, he was directly challenging her statements, but by the method Aung San Hong used, and this is the key point that you guys really have to consider when you use the response that you're using right now. The method that Aung San Hong used to refute Umsu In was to go and take the passages of scripture that she used to teach the doctrines of Mother God and to refute those passages and to show that they were not about Mother God. That was Aung San Hong's method. And he said that his interpretations of passages like Galatians 4, Revelation 21, Revelation 22, passages like that that are foundational for your teaching about Mother God, really a few of the only texts that I've ever been given by a member to show me that she's in the Bible, that Mother God is in the Bible. He looked at those directly and gave his interpretation of those passages, and he refuted the idea that it's about Mother God. He said things about how the bride coming down out of heaven was a building and not a person. And so, Michele, I want to, if you're open to, I'd like to get your thoughts, because I know there's been a couple articles on there that I've actually looked to recently where you're talking about this subject. And so I just wonder, what would you say to her, or to this person? I don't know if this is him or her, but what would you say to faith in our Heavenly Mother, who's relying on that argument that this was only for Umsu In?
Well, I mean, I think that when you read the entire book and you read it in context, it's very clear that it's not just about Umsu In. Perhaps it was at the time because she was the one claiming to be the Mother God. But there's nothing to suggest in his book that the teachings were just about her, and that if someone else were to make the same claims, that they wouldn't apply to that other person now making the same claim, at that time.
Right.
Another point to bring out is that he wrote the book in 1983. He passed away less than 2 years later. So if he was the second coming of Jesus and he knew that he was going to reveal Zangil Jah as the Mother God less than 2 years later, it probably would have made sense to opt not to publish an entire book on the topic,
right,
and perhaps keep the subject to perhaps a sermon, or maybe like a church bulletin or something like that, something more temporary than a book,
a published book,
many chapters, right?
Yes.
And very long explanations about many different things that Umsu In was writing about. It just doesn't make sense when you look at the facts. But,
okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. So here's the response again, and this is Faith in Jerusalem, our Heavenly Mother. I just want to acknowledge the response you just gave, and also I just say I appreciate you sticking around, and I think there's a bit of bravery that you're doing this, and I think honesty. It shows some honesty that you're part of you. I think is seeking the truth, and that shows, I think, by the fact that you're willing to be in the midst right now of a lot of people who are against you and challenging you. I hope, I just want to tell everybody, please, in the comments, be respectful, be kind. We are not out to belittle and attack and and make members look bad or stupid, anything like that. And so, yeah, I just want to say that we appreciate you being here, Faith in Jerusalem. And so here's the response that they just gave. They said, did not Jesus call Peter Satan? So what changed? Should this be considered to be unchanging? So this is the response that is very common. Again, this is something I've seen so much in the comments that I just actually wrote an article that, again, I'll try to share this in the comments here in a minute, but I address this argument because this has kind of been the main response we've been getting to when we talk about Ong Song Hong's book. So here's why that doesn't work. I just want to answer that real quick. When Jesus called Peter Satan, he was not making a theological statement that Peter was literally Satan. He would, and further than that, he didn't say, "Now, disciples, listen up. I'm about to share with you the unchanging truth of the Church of God. Peter, you are literally Satan." That's not what he did at all. He wasn't saying, "Peter, you are literally Satan." But in contrast, when Ong Song Hong took passages like Galatians and Revelation and interpreted them, he was telling us his literal interpretation of these things. The things that he said, you could tell he was making a theological, a doctrinal statement. He was putting forth a theological position. Jesus was not trying to make a theological or doctrinal statement about Peter literally being Satan. And so for many reasons, that argument just doesn't work. That's what, if you're familiar with philosophical argumentation, that is actually it's a fallacious form of arguing, which in essence just means that it's illogical. That's not a logical comparison. To compare Jesus calling Peter Satan to Ong Song Hong's refutation of Mother God, it's like comparing apples to oranges. They're not the same thing. And so that doesn't work. I would encourage you to read the whole article because I get into a few more things in that to answer that question. But I think that really it just doesn't work. And so, real quick, do you anybody here in the Zoom meeting, do you have any thoughts on that? And I'm also curious if you've ran into that defense for Ong Song Hong's book before. I don't know if I just said comments, but I meant the Zoom meeting. So Kelsey, Jeremy, Jordan, Michelle, guys, feel free to chime in on that. This is a popular argument we're getting. So if you have any thoughts, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Are you talking specifically about the Peter argument, or are you talking about
right now? Yes, because that I think so many members are probably really challenged by the videos we're putting out about Ong Song Hong's book, but they're grabbing onto that, and that's kind of keeping them afloat, if that makes sense, holding on to that view.
Yeah,
so
but
I think it really needs addressed.
Yeah, and this falls back to what Michelle was talking about, how Ong Song Hong wrote that book 2 years prior to him dying and passing away. It's like, if that was the case, like, he wouldn't have written the unchanging truth of the Church of our God in his book. And then secondly, he would have given evidence and, presented Mother and taught about that. Just like after Jesus called Peter Satan, he just didn't walk away and that was it with Peter. Peter followed him to the very end.
Yep.
And when you actually read that book, Ong Song Hong very clearly gives, not just for for the woman Soon In, but he says this is for anyone that follows that teaching. They cannot escape the great punishment.
Yes.
And goes on to quote all the verses and even gave a defense for Jeremiah chapter 7, explaining about offering up to the Queen of Heaven. Ong Song Hong wrote, many people will say this is the Roman Catholic Church, but this is very clear. This is talking about, the Mother God teaching. So, there's really no defense to that, at all. So when you actually look at that, the unchanging truth of the Church of God, and then, Ong Song Hong didn't teach like anything afterwards. And all of that put together, it just doesn't add up. So that book, I highly recommend everyone to read.
Yeah, and that's a good point you brought up, that the way he argues, Ong Song Hong, the way he argues in the book is that he leaves it so that if anybody is applying the doctrine of Mother God in the way that Soon In was, they are deserving of the judgment of God, basically. So
also, I want to make a note. It wasn't just in a book that he put this information. He gave an audio sermon too. I found an audio sermon just like a week ago that was posted, where he's talking. So like, I mean, there's no proof that he took the book away, but say he did, there's still an audio sermon available in regards
Right.
to the topic. So
Absolutely.
yeah.
And so that brings up another question though. Is there proof? Is there really any evidence that he withdrew the book?
No.
No, there's no evidence, no
No
record of
evidence.
that.
Just because the
nothing.
WMSCOG might not have the book in its entirety, I think, the higher ups probably do. But just because the members don't have the book, for purchase doesn't mean that the book was rescinded. Like it still exists. I mean, it's posted online. It's posted online in English too. So anybody who wants, they can go in and they can read it. And then if they question the English, and you want to, look at the Korean and translate the Korean for yourself, you can do that too. They have it available in picture format and text format, so you can copy and paste into a translator. So
That's good. Yeah. Michelle, did you have thoughts?
Yeah, just one other point about that book that, An Sung Hong also talks about whenever women, speak out or make assertions in the church, that means that now the devil is coming into play. He didn't say when this woman or when a woman. No, he said women plural. So this is what he thought in general.
Yep. I was just pulling that up, so I'm glad you brought it up.
Oh,
So
good. Okay.
here's the quote from the English translation. He says, whenever a woman makes assertions of the church will fall under the deception of the devil. There was a time when women in the Corinthian church spoke out on the issue of head covering. This is the reason that the church at Corinth gave a warning to women to be silent. You can tell there's a bit of a negative view toward women going on here. But it just brings us, I think, back to the point that Kelsey, you mentioned earlier, that I think An Sung Hong, if he knew what the WMSCOG was teaching about him or applying the doctrine of Mother God to something that he would agree with, I think he would be rolling in his grave right now, or is rolling in his grave. And so, yeah, you can see that here. That I just believe if you read this, honestly, if you honestly look at what did An Sung Hong actually think about this concept of Mother God, what did he think about passages like Galatians 4, Revelation 21, that the WMSCOG uses to defend this doctrine? I think if you're honest, you're going to find that he did not, he in this book, he really just left no room for that doctrine in his belief system. So yeah, if you guys have any other thoughts on that, feel free to.
There is one more. I'm just trying to pull it up so I can tell you which chapter it is. Give me one second.
Is it a quote from his book?
Yep. I just have to look for it. Give me one
Yep,
second.
no problem. I'll give you a second. Just let me know when you find it. I'm just going to pull up. There's a couple comments right now. So somebody's asking, why do they have selective places to have churches? They said, my husband is from Europe and they already judge him before he even came. Before I got married, they said he will. Not sure I'm following that. Okay, let me just go to this one. Again, Carrie Aunt said, and again, why is not Zong on YouTube, but Pastor Kim is? Yeah, I think that's a good valid question.
She's too holy.
Is that the answer?
Probably.
Okay,
let's
so
distort God's words.
Yeah, they don't want her stuff on the internet for sure.
But An Sung Hong sermons are okay, but
Yeah.
Zhang's aren't.
So, okay, Faith in Jerusalem just put another comment. They said it's not negative. It was proving that Suin was going against what was regulated about females being submissive and quiet in the church. That is why God the Mother does not lead or is preaching.
No,
Okay.
she gives sermons. She gives sermons.
And she did go. There's quite a bit of videos we've seen and testimonies from like the pastors, the elders in the church that went preaching with her too. They said that she stepped foot on every square foot of Korea. Right? Didn't you hear that, Kelsey? Like she preached on she preached at every single door.
They took
like,
us to
South
the
Korea or
Seoul
something like that.
Tower and had us look through the telescope
Seoul,
thing.
yeah.
It was like Mother preached all of these places. Like that's like a part of the trip.
Interesting. Okay. So the Faith in Jerusalem said God the Mother follows the church regulations that was introduced to the church.
But what regulations? that's
Yep.
my question to them is what regulations?
Are they
And again,
referring to the regulations for women?
because like there's can I read one part? Can I read
Yeah,
one part of
yeah, go
Unsung
for it.
Holmes books? So
Mhm.
give me a second because I want to share my screen.
Yep.
Give me just a second.
Yep, sure.
Because this is from his book, and to me, this is further proof that he's not just talking about. I mean, he's trying to dispel this rumor, yes, at the time of like suing speaking out, but also to dispel any future cases of people of somebody trying to say there's a God the Mother.
Mhm.
So let me share my screen. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. So this is the preface of his book, The Interpretation on the New Jerusalem and the Issue of Head Covering of Brides. Because even before suing, there was another woman. I don't remember her name. She tried to raise, like, she didn't say she is God the Mother, but she tried to raise the whole issue of like, there needs to be more like female equality. There, females shouldn't have to cover their heads. That's why I don't know if some of you guys are wondering why it also says issue of the head covering of brides, but it was in relation to that woman too. And I can't remember her name, but I'll find her name and I'll let you guys know. But one of the sentences in here, I can't highlight it. Oh, sorry. I can't highlight it, but it says in this, I'll start from the second paragraph. It says, our Church of God is founded by all the prophecies of the prophets, and our Church of God is a church in which any faults cannot be found, even if an attempt was made to do so. So this is the sentence I want to focus on. In spite of this, women like Suing have caused a great problem to arise with her corrupt ideas, and how can they be forgiven? So it's not just talking about Suing, but it says women like Suing. Right? It says they have spoken insolently with their own lips and through books, and have spoken corruptly by interpreting the book of Revelation as they please. The same verses that he talks about to dispel that Suing is not the bride, in the same verses like Revelation 19, Revelation Revelation 21, verse 9 and 10. These are the same exact verses that the WMS uses to prove that John Gilja is God.
Mhm.
So yes, the book might have been, written in, as a result of Suing writing her 3 books. But at the same time, like he's obviously dispelling the fact that, or he's also saying, he's looking forward and he's saying that, it's not just Suing, but women like Suing.
Yes, right. That's the significant part. Do you have that pulled up, or actually?
Oh,
Looks like you don't. Now.
it's
Here.
I can send you the link.
Okay. So yeah, that's a good point. Is Aung San Suu specifies that women like her. He just speaks very fearful, terrible things about anybody, not just this particular woman, but anybody who does what she's doing.
And
so I
like
think,
Michelle said, like you could
yes,
clearly see his take on women, because he says any church that's what was it specifically, Michelle? Like any church that's like led by a woman is deceived by Satan or something like that.
Whenever a woman makes assertions in the
There you
church,
go.
they come under the control of the devil. But I have another part that I wanted to go over when you guys are ready.
Yes, go ahead.
So on chapter 16, which is titled, She Claims to Be the Only Bride, An Sung Hong talks about Revelation 22:17, right? Their famous verse that they use. Whose screen is that?
Oh,
I think that's Ray Gomez's screen.
interesting.
Okay.
And scary. Okay, hold on. Let me.
Yeah, you may want
I'm like, wait, now
Okay.
I can't see my screen. Hold on.
Yeah, I think you could share over somebody.
I'm not trying to share my screen. I'm just reading it. I think
he apologized. He said that was an accident.
Oh.
Okay, so we're not being spammed again.
Okay.
My heart started racing. Like, oh no, it's happening again. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Go ahead, Michelle.
Right. Jordan, I sent you the link to the chapter. I don't know if you want to share your screen.
Yes.
Chapter 16 if you want. But
Yep.
So their famous Revelation 22:17 verse that they always start with, and he says, Suing claims that she is the bride in the passage, the spirit and the bride. Oop, now I can't see my screen. Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. You gotta like Control F chapter 16 and then it'll come up for you.
Michelle's a MacBook Pro.
If you do Control, it just type in chapter 16.
Okay.
There you go. So it says, Umsuin claims that she's the bride in the passage. The spirit and the bride say, come. Furthermore, it is incredible that Umsuin says that the voice in the passage, and I heard a loud voice voice from the throne, is Umsuin herself. The throne of God is a place that only he abides, and the Lamb of God is at the right hand of God. The loud voice coming from the throne cannot come except from the Lamb of God. Nevertheless, the fact that Umsuin arrogantly states that she has made the loud voice reveals that she is extremely mentally ill. Now, World Mission teaches that the spirit and the bride saying come in Revelation 22:17 is on Song Hong and Zhang Gilja.
Right.
So explain how that wouldn't apply now anymore. And
Very
Zhang,
good point.
that is Zhang's voice.
Yes, exactly.
It can't be both.
And this really goes back to, I think, what I really liked about one of the articles you just put out, how you inserted Zong or Zhong's name into these places where you took out Umsuin and put in her name, and just yeah, I think that absolutely
right, because the meaning
applies.
doesn't change at all. It's
Doesn't
exactly
change.
the same. Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, so we got Faith in Jerusalem said, they said, oh, where'd it go? I just lost the comment, sorry. Let me find it. I really wanted to.
I can tell the latest comment is, I don't believe the examining webpage. They have altered things being said in the documents, like putting God the Mother's name rather than Umsuin. But the thing is that there's no document that's altered. That's the article. That's the article. So that's not the actual document. The actual document, you can read for yourself on the NCPCOG site.
It was an illustration of an example, a point that I was trying to make, and I thought I made that clear. I'm sorry if it was confusing for this person, but no, I wasn't trying to alter the document.
Exactly. Yeah, that wasn't, and you did make that clear, and I think when we showed that in the video, we made that clear. Yeah, we're not claiming that that's what Ong Song Hong actually said, that he specifically addressed Zong Gilja. Obviously, that was not the purpose of doing that. It was an illustration. So here's the comment that they made. Faith in Jerusalem a little bit earlier said, notice it never said anything about the existence of God the Mother. So here again is another common defense I hear. And I just want to explain Faith in Jerusalem, why that doesn't work. And it goes back to the fact that Ong Song Hong specifically addressed passages like Galatians 4 and Revelation 21. And so that's the significant thing that I think you really need to consider. And I guess what I would ask you is, what is your view of passages like Galatians 4 when it talks about the Jerusalem above, who is our mother? Ong Song Hong said that that's the and here, let me pull up the quote. Actually, I think it'll be worth pulling this up. So let me share this real quick. So here's Ong Song Hong's interpretation of Galatians 4. Remember, if you're a member, like obviously you are Faith in Jerusalem, then when you look at Galatians 4, you're going to use this as one of your key texts to prove the existence of Mother God. Let's look at what Ong Song Hong thought about Galatians 4. He says the only reason that Apostle Paul wrote Galatians 4, 22 through 26 is to clarify that the history of the family of Abraham is a prophecy. This is a prophecy of the Old and the New Covenant. Hagar refers to the law of Moses, received on Mount Sinai, and the Israelites of the flesh of the earthly Jerusalem, while Sarah refers to the new covenant that Jesus Christ established. So here's the thing. He says the only reason that Apostle Paul wrote this about Sarah and correlated her as being a mother, is he saying that was an analogy, as Paul clearly states earlier, that it's an analogy of the new covenant. So there's passages like this. There's places like here in Revelation 21, 1 through 4, where it references the tabernacle of God. Here's Ong Song Hong's interpretation of what the tabernacle of God is. He says this tabernacle is a spiritual building, not a person. You have to ask yourself, when you interpret Revelation 21, 1 through 4, why is it that you interpret it as referring to a person, Zong Gilja or Zhang Gilja, while Ong Song Hong, who you believe is your God, has an entirely different interpretation? And you also, I think, need to consider and ask yourself, why is it that Ong Song Hong's interpretation of these passages that you use to defend Mother God, Ong Song Hong's interpretation actually line up with my views of these passages? And so, yeah, so all that to say, I just don't think that you said that he doesn't reference the existence of Mother God. And yes, that's true. He never says the word mother or the phrase Mother God does not exist, but he doesn't have to because he says it without saying it. In the same way, Jesus never said, I am the Messiah. He never said those literal words, but he said it in other ways. Yeah, you guys have any thoughts on that?
Sorry, I was in the comments. I was looking at the comments.
No, you're good. I know it gets distracting. Okay.
A lot of
Sorry, but
multitasking.
if you have something, 1 second, because Faith in Jerusalem asked or said, so again, I'll ask, are the church unchanging regarding to being the flesh, that the analogy of the Jerusalem isn't flesh, but actually a building? Interpretation was to refute against the imposter Umsu in.
I think they're referring to and maybe Faith in Jerusalem. You can correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but are you referring to about like how do I say, like just like the special measures law, like the purpose of this book was to refute because the truth of God the Mother was not yet to be revealed. So if you could maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but because that's what when I was a member of the church, that's what they said is the purpose of this book was like a special measures law, that the time for God the Mother was not to be revealed yet. So like that's why An Sang-hong, he wrote this book, because he had to make it absolutely clear that there was no God the Mother, because the time for her to be revealed wasn't yet. So I don't know if that's what is being referred to here, but
Okay.
I mean, there's again, there's no evidence. I mean, maybe somebody in the comments can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no evidence where An Sang-hong, first, that he even said there's a God the Mother, and second, that there is that Jean Gil-ja is God the Mother. So
Say that again, Kelsey. Sorry, that last sentence.
the last sentence there, I've yet to see any evidence where An Sang-hong said Jean Gil-ja, she is God the Mother.
Yes. Right. Okay.
Yeah, there's no evidence.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember hearing that, Kelsey, about God the Mother wasn't like when Umsuin came out and claimed to be God the Mother, their excuse was, oh, it wasn't the time yet. God the Mother was supposed to be revealed right before An Sang-hong died and went back to heaven. That was a plan. That's what they say. That's their rebuttal, basically.
Yeah. So Isabella R said, I think made a really good point in the comments, said he, referring to An Sang-hong, made a whole book against the teaching of God the Mother. But if Mother is the way to eternal life, he should have made a whole book proving God the Mother. And I think that's
or even just
point.
Yeah, that's a good point, but even just
yeah.
one sentence.
Even just
Yeah.
one sentence, yes.
Even like his even like I believe he has 6 or 7 books that the WMSCOG distributes. Not one single line or sentence in even one of those books that have been heavily edited, none of them have one sentence saying that, this Jean Gil-ja character is God the Mother.
Yeah. Yes, right. Okay, so Faith in Jerusalem, and I'm only gonna probably at some point continuing this conversation won't be super productive. We'll probably have to just encourage you, Faith in Jerusalem, at some point, just to please go away and read this book and sincerely, honestly consider the things that An Sang-hong wrote. But I see that you said that the interpretation of Galatians 4:26, and guys, also feel free to jump in on this, on your thoughts on this statement. So they said the interpretation of Galatians 4:26 was interpretation, I think they meant to say, of Umsu in, and was not a mother but a building. That is not evidence at all that there's no God the Mother. That interpretation was solely for Umsu in. Thoughts on that? Jeremy and Michelle, feel free to jump in at any time. I know.
Sorry, repeat that again. I just saw somebody, I was writing the comment down as far as they show us proof of An's handwriting saying, I follow Mother. But we'll get there in a second, but can you repeat the question again?
Yes. I'm not entirely sure I understand the statement.
I do,
but they said, sorry, come again.
Sorry, go ahead. My bad.
Okay. So they said the interpretation of, so basically they're replying to what I said about Galatians 4. They said the interpretation, I think was umsuin, was that umsuin was not mother, but a building. Okay, I think first off, what I'm seeing here maybe is that you're confusing the Revelation 21 or 22 verse with Galatians 4. There wasn't no reference by Ong Song Hong in Galatians 2, the tabernacle or building at that point, I don't believe. And so I think maybe you're confusing, we'll just skip past. I think you're kind of confusing the Revelation and the Galatians verse. So yeah, again, I just go look at those places, what I would encourage you to do where he writes about it.
Well, there's another point to make. He says that the New Jerusalem is not a person. He doesn't say
Yeah.
it's not Suin. He says it's not a person. It's a heavenly place.
Yeah.
Yep. So I guess that would be a good simple question maybe to ask Faith in Jerusalem is, do you believe that Revelation, when it speaks about the New Jerusalem coming down out of heaven, is that a building or a person? And ultimately we could phrase that by saying, do you believe with the WMSCOG teaching about those passages in Revelation, or do you agree with Ong Song Hong? Because really, if you read Ong Song Hong's book, it's really one or the other. So that's a question for you. Jeremy, go ahead. And what was that other question you wanted to?
So someone wrote like they showed us the evidence where An Sung Hong testified about mother was in a handwritten note, which before I continue, there's no source or no validation to that An Sung Hong wrote that. It's shown in a video for the church that An Sung Hong wrote in his notes that I follow mother.
And also still doesn't say John Gil-ja.
Exactly. It doesn't say that. So it's Elisha followed Elijah, Peter followed Jesus, and then ends with an I follow mother.
Yeah.
So technically, if that was An Sung Hong who wrote that, then he, I don't know, yeah, he just can't be God.
What I've heard from the NCPCOG is that when that particular thing is in reference to the church, and I don't know what that means exactly, but so if that is legit his handwriting, it still doesn't change the fact that he wrote an entire book proving that saying that there is no God the Mother, and still he does not identify John Gil-ja as God the Mother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it really doesn't make sense when you think about it that he would write an entire book about the non-existence of a mother god, and then to reveal that there is a mother god, it was a secret, or it was a note he wrote somewhere on a page, or it was something he told one or two people. But that's what's required for salvation. That makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah.
Some people in the comments, they make a really good point that mother might be the new covenant. That's a good understanding, especially when you see Galatians chapter 4, where it says that the Jerusalem that is above is free and she is our mother. It says that Jerusalem is I think it represents the new covenant, right? Because the old Jerusalem, or Hagar, represents the old covenant, Sarah represented the new covenant. So I think that's a good explanation.
It is a good point. I think, and I would like to hear your guys' thoughts on that. I think the first thing I think about is just going back to Ong Sung Hong seemed to really want to stress at the point where he brings up Galatians 4. He emphasizes that the only reason he wrote this was to speak of the new covenant, and he describes the new covenant, what that is, and the fact that he mentions nothing about the existence of a female deity. I think, again, this just goes back to exactly what we were just talking about, the negligence that it would have taken on Ong Sung Hong's part for this doctrine of Mother God to be the core foundational issue of whether a person is saved or not, that this is the gospel of believing in Mother is a core aspect of salvation. And he writes things like this, that the only reason Paul wrote Galatians 4:22 through 26 is to speak of the old and new covenant, and in that he nowhere mentions the existence of a female deity, but actually in the context of what he's writing, he's saying this about this being the only reason in the context of refuting an idea of a female deity. I hope that makes sense, but I think that's what I would say initially to that. is it seems like that would just kind of make Aung San Hong at fault for being a little bit negligent in making the way of salvation unclear for us.
Also, one person made one person brought up a good point in the comments, and I've seen it pop up a couple of times now. Is the about the wedding candles in the 1984 Passover? Because An Sang Hong, they kept his church kept the Passover in a wedding hall in 1984, and they say that he lit the red and blue candles, which symbolize a wedding, and that John Gilja came up and gave the prayer. That's him revealing that she is God the Mother. But there's a couple of, I think there's I want to address this because there's a couple of issues with this. First, the WMSCOG often rents out larger locations for the Passover, so it could have just happened to be a wedding hall and they utilize the materials there. But even if that's not the case, An Sang-hong, he was married until he died. He was married to a woman named Hwang Won-soon. And y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know anywhere in the Bible where it says you can be married to one woman, but spiritually married to another.
Yep, you're
So-
absolutely 100% correct. Plus, also, I do see that also what was mentioned in the comments was there is a photo of An and Zong wearing white. But he also mentioned that Zong also wears white. There's also pictures with Zong wearing white with General Pastor Juchul Kim. So, I mean,
and also that's during the feast. The picture with Kim Joo Chol and Jong, that picture is not taken at the Passover, mind you. That picture's taken, I think, at the Day of Atonement, because there's
Yeah.
a sign in the background in Korean. I think it says Day of Atonement. It's one of the autumn feasts.
Okay. Sorry guys, I was checking something. Okay, so let's do one more from Faith in Jerusalem. They said all this understanding is continuing to read the Bible to receive more understanding. We are to continue to press to know God. Yeah, that there's nothing wrong with pressing on to know God, but the problem is the issues, the challenges we're presenting from Aung San Hong's book. They're a simple way of saying this. They're just not being addressed here. That's not answering the objections. The fact that yes, we need to seek God and seek to know Him more doesn't answer the fact that Aung San Hong refuted the doctrine of Mother God, which is what we're talking about. And so I just again encourage you guys to come up with a solution to this book, a legitimate, reasonable response to it, or you really need to strongly consider that this book really undermines your beliefs. Looks like we got Ray back. I don't know.
It says Berlin.
This is somebody else who I got an email from, and honestly, I'm a little bit.
Oh, Ray too.
Oh, there's Ray. Ray, are you wanting to join the conversation?
I think he said earlier no.
He's not wanting to. Okay.
Yeah.
I think he said his mic wasn't working.
Well,
Uh-oh.
he said no, but he was wondering if he could share what he wants to say in the chat, in the Zoom chat. But if he wants to talk, Ray, you're just on mute. I think you just have to unmute yourself.
Okay. Michele shared the picture. So this really is, would you guys say this picture I'm about to show is really the only supposed evidence that the WMSCOG gives of Aung San Hong teaching that Jeonggil Ja was Mother God? Is that right?
Kelsey, do you remember we saw that photo? I was in Pasadena.
I saw a different.
Or-
I think I saw a different,
was a different
wedding photo. I think I saw a different wedding photo.
Yeah.
And it was like, I think I only saw it once, and I think it was like kind of like daylight, and it was a full body shot of both of
Right.
them. But like we could like only go up and like look at it, and that
Yeah.
was the only time I saw it. Like they never had it anywhere else. So and they don't make it public. So unless they make it public to where the authenticity of it can be considered, I don't, I'm not going to believe it's true until it, it's authenticated.
Yep. And so here, just for comparison, again, the proof that God gave that Jesus was who he says he is. He's somebody worthy of giving our lives to. He's somebody who's capable of saving us, that he is God. The way God testified to that and showed evidence to it is by raising him from the dead. And there's, I believe historical data that if you examine it, just from an evidential standpoint, not even from a religious standpoint, if you want to call it that, I believe there's very good reason to believe that the best explanation of the historical data about Jesus is that this Jewish man 2,000 years ago raised from the dead. I personally believe that's the best explanation of the data. So I believe that's what God gave as evidence for Jesus. And in contrast, the evidence provided by the WMSCOG that this woman is God is a photograph, an obscure photograph. And so I guess I struggle, and I wonder what you guys think, to see this as any sort of reasonable, substantial evidence that's worth giving up your life in service and devotion to this Korean woman for.
Well, I just want to share some notes on that photo. If you want to pull it up again, Jordan.
Yep. 1 second.
Yeah.
Here we go.
When I was looking at them, I realized that Joo Kim is wearing the same suit that An Sung-hong was wearing.
Is that in the bottom picture?
Yeah.
Okay, so to explain which one is which.
So the top picture, that's An Sung-hong and Zhang Gil-ja, and that's the picture that they allege is proof of their spiritual wedding.
Okay.
I don't know why. Are you guys seeing only like?
Yeah, I'm only seeing half the photo.
Yeah.
But we need the other half is the side we need to see.
Okay, sorry. Let me try that again. You see it now?
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you realize that they're wearing the same exact suit, same tie. I know a little bit about photography, so I know that the coloring is slightly off, and that's why the tie on the bottom looks more blue. But she's also wearing pretty much the same outfit. And I did send you the full version of the bottom one, because if the top one is supposed to be some sort of evidence of their spiritual marriage, then the bottom one would be evidence of Joo Kim and Zhang Gil-ja's spiritual marriage as well, because they're the only ones wearing white in the photo.
Yeah. Wow.
And they're standing in the center. It looks like a wedding photo. Like I could send you a wedding photo of me and my ex-husband in the middle, dressed in wedding clothes, and everyone around us, and you'd be like, yeah, the couple in the middle, they're married. You know what I mean? So it's just like, I find it kind of creepy that he's wearing the same suit. And that wasn't this the year after or the same year that An Sung-hong died? Kelsey and Jordan may be able to.
The bottom, well, the 1984, which I think is the top photo,
Right.
that was a year before.
Right. And so the bottom one is 1985.
So that would be, and that's the autumn feast in the end. So he had already died at that time.
Yeah, he already
Right.
died at that
He
point.
died like a few months before in the bottom photo.
Right. So a few months after An Sung-hong dies, here you have Zhang Gil-ja and Joo Kim wearing the same suit that An Sung-hong was wearing. So Jordan, I don't know if you want to pull up the full size one of the bottom just to like illustrate.
Yep. Did
that
you
there are a
send
ton
that one
more
to me as
people.
well?
Yeah.
Okay, let me find that real quick.
I just sent it to you in the chat.
Oh, yep. Yep, I see it. Okay. You see it now?
Yeah. So if you look at it, they're the only ones dressed up pretty much in the center in all white outfits. So if
that's explain again. That's not on and
no. And this is so An died in February, so this is around October of the same year.
Yeah, it says Chon. This is the preaching week, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I just want to point out that I just heard Korean in one of the voices that was unmuted. I just want to point that out.
Okay. Interesting. Well,
Jordan did too.
Interesting.
The other
Yeah, I
Jordan
heard
did
it.
too. So it's yeah.
do you know?
I don't know if it was. I don't know who it came from, Ray Gomez or Berlin,
Okay.
but I definitely heard Korean in like a very faint Korean
Okay.
sentence.
Well, Ray, I'm gonna actually hold on one second. Ray, if you are Ray and you're wanting to talk to us, go ahead and unmute your audio. If not, for the sake of the safety of this conversation, I'm just going to go ahead and remove you in case it's not you. And if you're not wanting to or not able to, uh-oh, something just pulled up. Who's pulling that up?
That's Ray screen sharing.
Okay. Ray, are you, do you have audio?
All right, Ray, you're on mute.
All right. Well, you got Colossians 2:16 pulled up, which is a great verse to answer against the WMSCOG views of Sabbath and Passover. But I'm gonna go ahead and remove Ray and
this Berlin person who isn't participating at all.
yep. I'm going to remove you too. If I'm removing you and I shouldn't be, I'm sorry. I just don't want to risk what happened earlier. Okay, there we go. Sorry, guys. Crazy things happening.
Fun
So
times.
I sent another photo, Jordan, of Zangilja and Ju Chul Kim again.
Oh, you sent another one?
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't seen that second one you brought up. I've never seen that. And you know, something I'm thinking about too. I think one thing that photo shows is that the best evidence the WMSCOG has to prove that Aung San Hong proclaimed Jeonggil Ja as Mother God is that photo. But man, when you show that photo next to it, that photo could just as easily be used to prove then that Ju Chul Kim was also married to her, and so that's problematic.
They may use that photo sometime in the future. Who knows?
Yeah.
To show some type of divine nature of Ju Chul Kim.
Yeah, you
never
never
look
know.
out for that.
Do you think they would do that?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah. Okay, here's the photo. Let me pull it up. Okay, here we go. You guys see that?
Oh yeah, I've seen that video. I've seen that photo.
Okay.
Yeah, so I remember seeing this photo and thinking to myself, why are they perched up like that? Like, if, you know, they look like a king and queen to me. That's what that reminds me of.
Absolutely, yeah.
Which is weird.
And explain to the audience who that is for those who might.
So the one in blue, that's Ju Chul Kim, who's the general pastor, who's the head pastor of all the churches. And that's Zangil Ja sitting next to him on the other high chair.
High chair.
Yeah.
I like that.
Throne, high chair. I don't know what you want to call that, but that to me looks like some creepy wedding thing too, because
It does,
you
yeah.
know, usually you have like the wedding couple in the center and everyone's sitting around them. Like that, I don't know why they would both be perched up like that.
Yeah. And
For
don't
those
know
who
how they-
are, oh sorry,
ahead.
Jordan,
No,
go
go
ahead. Okay, I'll go. But
you first.
But for those who were in the church, so in the way the altar in the sanctuary is set up, they have two chairs sitting behind the altar, and the way it's explained that those two chairs it's the seat for father and mother. Basically, every time service is going on, then father and mother are sitting in those two chairs. So this this seems to be some type of maybe Ascension Day service or something of that sort. I mean, that's the only day they do any type of worship outside. But yeah, it seems a little bit weird for sure.
It is. And I don't know how weddings are in South Korea, but those dudes sitting over in those chairs sure look like a wedding party.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting. Okay. Ellis R asked, why does general pastor have on? I think you meant to say maybe on's robe for feasts.
I think it was, that's a good question.
Good question.
Which one is that? The white suit?
I think it's the white it's like a robe that you'll see like him at the pulpit standing wearing it.
Oh,
It
you
has
mean
like burgundy on it. Is
Yeah,
that
like
the
a
one?
like
yeah,
a
yeah, yeah,
stripe on it.
right, yeah. I remember, I think the pastor in New Jersey would wear it also, if I'm not
Yeah, same thing with
mistaken.
the pastor in LA as well. They all have the same type of robe, white robe with the burgundy like stripe going down the middle.
Yeah.
That's like the ceremonial robe. That's what they call it. Like every time it's like
Yeah.
Passover, not during like a regular Sabbath day or a third day service, but only for like the feast, like Passover, Resurrection, unleavened bread. They'll wear that ceremonial robe. So there's many robes. I mean, who knows if it's actually On's exact robe?
Right.
If you guys know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It seems in all this though is just the issue that can't be overlooked with the fact of On and John both being in relationships. Is that correct? When they were supposedly married.
Right.
And
I
so,
mean, ultimately, it's just if she's so important to everyone's spiritual life, there should be a whole book dedicated to her, you know, because of how the WMSCOG portrays like her importance. I mean,
right.
if she's so important to the spiritual life of the whole world and to saving the whole world, then there should be, I believe, On should have put much more effort into revealing her, which he obviously didn't.
Yes.
So I mean, what does that say about the whole doctrine as a whole is of God the Mother? I mean, they're using these pictures that can easily be taken out of context
yes,
to
for
prove
sure.
that he revealed God the Mother when they believe it's just so weird. It just contradicts himself.
Yeah. Well, I see. We'll probably, guys, if you in the comments, if you have any questions we didn't address, anything you want to make sure we get to, go ahead and post those. We'll probably try to wrap this up soon. I think we've been going for, I think it's been over 3 hours, maybe. Man, but yeah, time flies when you're having fun. So if you have any questions you want answered, go ahead and share those. I think we will continue to try to get current members to come on and talk with us in one of these. We would, it's been fun interacting in the comments, but also not as productive or obviously easy to have a conversation as it would be with a current member who joins us in this meeting. So yeah, I think it's fair to say at this point, the established arguments that we have against this church. So there's some key things I think that we brought up. There's the fact that Ong Song Hong views of passages like Galatians, Revelation 21, 22, he interpreted them much differently than the WMSCOG does. And from my perception of his book, he really left no room for the doctrine of Mother God to be pulled out of these texts. I don't feel that's been answered at all on the part of the WMSCOG tonight, or even even in the YouTube comments and things like that in the past. So another thing, I think another point that we brought up, and I don't think we've touched on it a whole lot here, but just the fact that Ong Song Hong in the Green Book had the quote that salvation is only through Jesus in this age and in the age to come. Kelsey, are you or Michelle, either of you guys, are you familiar with where that quote can be found?
What page you mean, or where online?
Online, I think would probably be helpful for people.
I can find it. Give me a second.
While she's looking for that, Jordan, I sent you another photo because you touched on them being in other relationships.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so in that photo, you can see, okay, yeah, so on the left, that's circled, that's Zangil Ja. To the right, that's her husband. In the center of the photo is An Sang Hong, and then the woman in front of him with the like bluish type dress, that's his wife. So they were all in the church together at one point.
The woman in white is on Sung Hong's wife.
It's like a bluish dress in front of him.
To his left.
To his right, shorter, older woman with the
yes, okay.
handbag. Yeah.
So that's his wife.
That's his wife. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Wow. So
Yeah.
guys, that's a problem. That's a huge problem.
It is a huge problem. Yeah. Have you read her ex-husband's like side of the story?
I have. I forgot about that.
So that picture, it really brings that story home because, you know, they were all in the church together. And the fact that like Zhang divorced her husband to stay in with An. And then if you pull up the picture that you had before of them in front of the cross, that picture bothered me a lot because when you pull it up, I'll explain why.
Yep. Where did it go?
If you can't find it, I can probably.
Yeah, maybe send it again. I might have accidentally deleted it.
1 second.
Tim, welcome. Tim has joined us. We got Tim Hoffman in the house, everybody.
Tim! Oh, Tim. I was like, wait, who's Tim?
Yeah, what's going on, Tim?
So I just resent you the photo.
Nope. I don't believe this is Tim. Bye, Tim. Thanks for showing everybody my family. That was me, my wife, and my 3 boys.
I just sent the photo if
okay.
you got it. That was really creepy.
That was very creepy. Again, everybody, here is an illustration. This has been an illustration of WMSCOG responses to people having reasonable, honest problems with their beliefs, and we're just simply challenging those and asking for responses from members. And you're witnessing what has been the primary WMSCOG response. And I will give a lot of credit to Faith in Jerusalem, who's still hanging out in the comments, doing what you guys should be doing, giving responses and just asking questions. We appreciate that. But the majority, there's been a lot of obnoxious and really just downright weird behavior from those members jumping into this conversation. So you sent me the picture.
Oh, that wasn't Tim?
That wasn't Tim, no.
Oh gosh.
Nope.
5 minutes later, I get it. Oh my gosh.
Somebody sharing a picture of my family from Instagram. So
that's not creepy.
Not at all. Yeah. That'll defend your guys' belief system. Let me tell you.
I think the members feel like we're attacking their family right now. But anyway, if you pull up that photo, so the one that has her face circled, that's Zhang Giljia. That's An Sang Hong in the center, obviously. But the woman next to Zhang Giljia over here that doesn't have some weird thing over her eyes, that's An Sang Hong's wife.
Okay.
So why is she sitting in between?
Yeah, that's
a foreshadowing of what's to come.
Yeah. When I saw that really it really bothered me. I'm like, this seems super inappropriate. Yeah.
Interesting.
So after being in the church and hearing that like they didn't have a family, and then finding out that they did have a family, and then seeing the photos, just really like it just caused a lot of really uncomfortable feelings.
Yeah. Okay, so Faith in Jerusalem said the problem with this is the message not being focused, just like they focus on where Jesus came from and not the prophecies. They focus on him having family, a father of the carpenter, and so on. This is entirely different. If Jesus had divorced his wife or had a wife and then left her, that would have been emphatic proof that Jesus was not the Christ and that he is nobody worth following. He's nobody worth giving your life to. He's nobody who could fit into the prophecies of Isaiah 53 that he would be without sin. There would be no deceit in his mouth, and he bore the punishment for our sins. the fact that Ong Song Hong and Zongil Jia had relationships that they terminated, whether legally through divorce or just by joining themselves in relationship to each other while still in other relationships. That is the only evidence anybody who honestly thinks about this should need, that this group or that they are not God. They're not anybody worth following, and they themselves need a savior. God hates divorce. That's Malachi. God hates divorce. Jesus was so clear about the divorce being only for sexual immorality, and that's not to say that there's definitely situations where that's unavoidable, but I think there's no reason to believe that that was the case for them. So just some thoughts on that. Let's see, please. They said, please don't assume they are members. They are imposters pretending and wanting to cause problems for the church. They don't believe. They're trying to make us look bad. Okay. Guys, any kind of final closing thoughts here before we wrap this up?
What happened to Jeremy?
I don't know. I think
he said he had to step away for a little bit.
Okay.
Huh.
Cool. If we see a Jeremy jump back in, though, let's just make sure he's got the same
Same logo,
same look as before. Yeah, man, this has been crazy. I'm gonna have to figure out better.
I mean, but
security.
how would that person in the comments know that those people aren't members? If there's so many of them and they're all over the world, like, how could you speak for them? How do you know?
yeah.
Like, I was told by a member when I was a member, she said to me, you don't think that there's Satan in Zion? When I pointed out that I thought some behavior was a little odd and didn't necessarily go with, what the church was teaching. So she's like, Satan is in Zion also. And I'm like, okay. So,
Yeah, I was told the same.
yeah, so I feel like they know that some of their members are not always right. So why would this person come out and say that's just people trying to make the members look bad? But you don't know that. It could be members that are not the best people and are
Right.
really upset with whatever we're saying and are trying to get us off track and distract from the
Yep.
point.
That's
I
a
mean,
good point.
that's not impossible.
Yep. And Michelle too, you kind of were mentioning earlier that there's probably some people who feel like we are attacking their families right now. Maybe
Right.
elaborate on that a little bit.
Well, I mean, one of the things that this group does is that they redefine family. They redefine the meaning of your mother, your father that you've known all your life. Your parents are no longer your parents anymore. There are just, evil spirits that sinned against God if they don't join the church. I was telling a story yesterday on another Zoom call that the pastor told my teenage son when I was in the group that I was no longer his mother, that I was his sister now.
Weird.
It is weird. So, the parents see their babies as, not really their babies. That's just another evil soul that sinned against God. So they really disrupt the family unit and the definitions of what those, those words mean. So to them, it's like the spiritual family now replaces the physical family. So I could see how the members would see our criticisms of Zengilja as like personal, almost as like, you wouldn't be happy if someone talked about the mom who gave birth to you, right?
Yep.
Everybody gets sensitive about that generally.
Right.
So they kind of, I feel like they feel the same way about Zengilja, which is really sad because, like you said, she doesn't even know who you are probably, unless you've met her in person and had that name tag. And they're kind of wasting their lives defending this woman and following her.
Who
when
doesn't
she's
know they exist?
right, and also has done nothing to prove that they should be doing that.
Right. Yeah. And so yeah, I think that's a good point. If there's, again, my goal in no way is to attack or belittle or to be rude or offensive, and so I'm even open to being challenged about that. I know I'm imperfect, and I don't. I think I've shared with Kelsey lately. I can't remember if it was you or somebody else I was sharing with. Just some of the comments we get on YouTube. Sometimes it's hard enough to just kind of want to fall in line with their way of arguing and just kind of call them dumb and to give
I only
their
call them
life.
dumb, but like when they say something like awful to us or awful about us, like or like awful about somebody I know, then I really want to like I really
Yeah.
want to say something, but I try to at least for me, I try my best to keep it respectful even when they're not.
Right.
So it is
Exactly.
really hard. It is really hard.
Yeah.
Yes, I have not been successful in doing that many times
Yeah.
on Instagram.
Yeah, it's difficult, but again, I'm saying that say like I don't claim at all to be above reproach at all times or to be walking all this out. Everything we're doing in this, I don't claim that we're doing it perfectly, and I'll probably look back in 5 years and be like, man, I should have done that differently, or I should have not said those things. I'm aware of that. I'm imperfect, and I'm trying to do this in the most loving and honorable way I can at all times. And I understand that I'm going to do that imperfectly because I'm imperfect. And so I apologize for any rude or offensive things we say or ways that I may even just say it. I'm open to being challenged about that. And I hope to humbly receive those challenges and to shift the way I speak in the future. But I do think there's a vast difference between us speaking against this woman in South Korea and trying to simply give you information about why there's really no evidence that she is who you believe she is. In the same way that if you were drinking a can of Dr. Pepper that was really laced with poison and you weren't aware of it, we would try to inform you that there's poison in that. And you might be offended at first because we steal away your delicious drink. But in the end, when you really understand what we're trying to do and you come out and look back and realize, oh man, I was drinking poison, I think you'll see that we're not being maybe as offensive as you might think we are, perceive we are right now. And I think, it's definitely different than what's been going on in this conversation tonight with members jumping on. And if they are members, I'm assuming they're members.
And
And
about,
also,
oh,
sorry.
about the pictures, I was just gonna say that, I mean, the reason that I was sending them and having you show them is because, it's not to make fun of them or anything like that, but
Yeah.
it's because when I was leaving and I finally saw those photos, they made me really uncomfortable because they didn't match what I was told. So
Yep.
they were really brought up for that reason. It's like, if you're being told that that picture is evidence of their wedding, then you need to see this other photo that looks almost identical, but it's not on Tangami's Chucho Kim.
Yeah. And they probably don't put that out too much, do they?
Oh no, you would never see those photos. You would
Never
never
see
see those photos.
Yeah.
Only if I could, like that one wedding photo with An and Zong
Yep.
to prove that they're spiritually married. But other than that, you would never see the other photos.
Yeah, I'd be curious if Faith in Jerusalem in the comments has seen those photos before. I assume probably not then, based on what you're saying. Kelsey, you had some thoughts, I think, maybe?
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing, like at least for me, the reason why I want to why I'm continuing to talk about this church and why I'm continuing to provide evidence that this church isn't who they say they are is because I just want to help people in the long run. I don't get anything out of doing this financially or any other way, any other reason, right? If anything, I'm giving nothing but time to do this, but I do this because I want to help others because almost like you guys, almost on a daily basis, like I receive messages from people who are absolutely terrified to speak out, who are terrified to leave because their families who are in the church won't talk to them anymore, or they'll lose custody of their kids, or they have nowhere to go because the church was their entire life, like financially and just emotionally as well. And so for those people, like that's why I continue to just be someone, if somebody just wants somebody to listen to their story, I want to be there for that person because when I left, that's what helped me is that other people listened to what I had to say. And so I think these kind of platforms, they're really helpful for people, whether they're actively in the comments or not. They're just to even email us is a big step. I had people say it took me a couple of days to even muster the courage to email you. So it's just we're all in this together. And all me, Michelle, Jordan, Jeremy, we were all like there too in the church, so we understand what it's like and what you're going through. So just for those who are current members who are still in, and those who have left, we get it, and we're trying to help here wherever we can.
Yeah, that's good. And so faith in Jerusalem, I would just encourage you. It looks like one of the last things you said is just speaking about your maybe just a couple comments ago, you just said that you follow God and you love God above all, even though your family doesn't accept. So I just say, I just hope you are at least challenged to think about some things. I know we've at least given you a few things to think about. And I would just encourage you to reach out to myself or Kelsey or anybody willing to share their email and talk to you. If I would love to set up a phone conversation and just talk to you one-on-one, if you would be open to that. I would love to hear you out more in a little bit less of a pressure-filled environment like this. And I'm sure anybody in this conversation with me, Kelsey or Jordan or Michelle, would be equally willing to do that and just talk to you about these things. We're not out to get you. We're not out to destroy your faith. And so, we're just challenging you to think about these things. And I think it's been pretty clearly displayed so far in this conversation that there's some clear, serious issues with the WMSCOG, in particular, the things we pointed out about Aung San Hong's book. I think that's a big deal that remains unanswered. It remains unsolved. And so, guys, do you have any final thoughts?
Well, let's see. I mean, to add on to what Kelsey said, I mean, not only were we members, but we were actually leaders as well.
Well, I wasn't. You guys were. But
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Like me, Kelsey, and Jeremy, like we were leaders in this thing. So, I mean, even on my channel, I have my email publicly posted on there. I mean, you guys can feel free to email me, contact me. I know I've received a bunch of emails in the past. Current members, former members, asking for advice. So, I mean, we have both perspectives as a member and as a leader as well. So it's something to where we have a lot of advice that we can give. Just it all just comes to those of you building up the courage to reach out to us. So and one more thing, shameless plug on my
I was
channel.
going to plug you actually, so I'm glad. Let me plug you, then it doesn't have to be shameless. I was going to say go to Jordan Young's channel, because I just saw that you're doing a Zoom conversation tomorrow.
Yeah. So so we see that you guys here at Great Life Studios are doing more of a doctrine based disproving the doctrine of the WMSCOG. So what we're doing on my channel with the Zoom meeting that I have scheduled for premiere tomorrow, which we recorded last night, it's going to be going over basically like the personal issues that former members have, basically gone through, like in regard to like relationships. We talk about, the many different things. So just come check it out tomorrow. It's premiering at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're just giving a different take other than like the doctrine, just more like how it affected our personal lives. We're gonna have guests such as Michele Colon's joining in on that, or we actually already recorded. So Michelle, Ronnie Ramos, he's speaking in that video, and we also have a few other former members as well speaking.
Kelsey.
Kelsey. It's check it out. It's gonna be some good stuff.
Yep. So I would go. Kelsey, I know, has on her channel has videos where she shares bits of her testimony. I know those are helpful. There's some very interesting things in these guys' stories, and obviously again, the examining the WMSCOG website. I really would challenge you, especially you guys who are current members or those struggling, maybe feeling tied up with certain doctrines that you were taught, even though you've left the group. Just there's a lot of really helpful information. So go to that site and use it. Kelsey and Michelle, final thoughts?
No.
All right, fair
I
enough.
think we covered it all. I just
Yeah.
hope that the members don't really believe that I'm the devil and all these mean things that they
Yes.
said about
She's
me.
not. She's not the devil. She's an angel. She's
No, I'm not an
amazing.
angel. I'm not perfect, but I'm definitely not this demon or Satan person that they say I am. I know that I've been told that members, even after they leave, are afraid to talk to me just because of the fear that the organization has put. I mean, they've done presentations about me where they've like shown my picture up on a projector and stuff. I feel like it's a bit much.
They wrote a 5-part series about her.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
She
Yeah,
was yeah.
it was
It's
a really
crazy.
bad like smear campaign, and a lot, if not 99% of it, wasn't true. They said that I was just like that I always wanted to be famous, and I find that strange because I never put my name on anything. The ones that blew the lid off my identity was the WMSCOG themselves when they sued me. No one knew that that was my 5-part story, or that I was writing the exam, like the examining articles, until they told everyone. And I really don't speak out publicly very often. I haven't in a few years. So I mean, that whole idea is just insane to me. But I would hope that the members would give me a chance and maybe get to know me and then form their own opinion,
Absolutely.
if
Yeah.
that's okay.
Yep. And I think, the simple fact of how they treated you is just, yeah, it's just the clearest evidence you need of the character of this group. And it's the fact that it was the established leadership that was doing this to you, right? It wasn't, a common defense would be, well, nobody's perfect and the members aren't perfect. But it's the leadership that was coming after you and responding to you in a way that was directly disobedient to the commands of Jesus. And so if this group is really so committed to obeying Jesus, then why are they responding that way to people like Michele?
I
And
mean,
it was a top pastor too that did their seminar in California. Do you remember, Jordan? That was Pastor Noah. He's one of the top guys.
Yeah, he's one of the top guys in Korea, in South Korea.
So I would also, if my ex-husband is watching, any chance, I mean, now he's been in for 10 years. If he would like to come on the channel and talk to everyone and maybe tell his side of the story, because World Mission claims that I'm just this scorned ex-wife and it wasn't World Mission who broke up my marriage, that it was me who did it. I mean, if he wants to come and tell his side of the story and explain, why he chose to stay in World Mission and file for divorce and all that other stuff, I mean, I'd be willing to talk to him too.
Yeah. It'd
with
be fun to have both sides. Yeah. I know I just saw a comment where, as Faith in Jerusalem said that basically something to the extent of this platform is biased because there's not a mediator, but that's exactly what we're seeking, is to make it unbiased by bringing current members in who will dialogue with us. So it's not just our perspective on here. And so we're opening that up. That's something we want. And yeah, we would, it'd be fun to see that conversation, Michele. I thank you, Kelsey, Jordan, Michele, Jeremy. I know you're not here, but you might see this later. Thank you guys so much for joining this. And I think what I'll do, one more comment. This is something I got at the very beginning that I just think was encouraging for me anyway. So I'm just going to read it. So this is from Dory R, who, again, I think Dory is a former member who shared her testimony on her YouTube channel. But
yes, we know her, Dorothy. She's awesome.
Okay. So she just said that Great Light Studios helped her get out when the free gift of salvation given from God is free. And with WMSCOG, it is not so free. WMSCOG makes you work for Mother's Love. To even see her, one has to stand out by works. And so, I just think this, guys, what your members, what you've joined yourself to, what you're in, is a workspace system where you have these deities, these gods who you're having to work and effort to hopefully someday earn their love. And that is not the gospel. The gospel is something that is described as both something that is free and it's a gift. And that is why the gospel is called the good news, is because Jesus did for us what we can't do for ourselves. And that's the good news of the gospel. Does that mean we don't obey or we don't do good works, as we're often accused of saying? That's not at all. But that is exactly what the Apostle Paul was accused of when he preached the gospel. So I think the fact that we are accused of preaching that, when we preach the message of the gospel that we're preaching, it reconfirms to me that it's the biblical gospel, because we're being accused of the same things that Paul was being accused of. Shall we sin that grace may abound? That's what Paul preemptively knew he'd be accused of. And so that's not this gospel. It's a gospel that when you understand the love that God has for you, as 1 John says, we love because he first loved us. The God who created us is a God who loves everybody in this, everybody watching this. He loves us independently of our Passover observance and our Sabbath keeping. And regardless of what you do with those things, that does not earn or merit your salvation. It's a relationship of a father to a son, a father to a son. And God is a very good father, and he loves us beyond what any of us can comprehend. And so that's, I think, what Dory is getting at, is the difference between that message of just the freeness of the gospel, that is the prodigal son story of the son who runs back to the father, and before he does anything, the father embraces him and blesses him. That's the God that we have, and that's the way the gospel works. And so that's not what this is. That's not what the WMSCOG teaches, and I think it's just going to put you in bondage. It will steal your peace. It will steal your joy. It's not going to give you joy or peace. So I hope this is giving you something to think about. We hope to do more of these, and I think it'd be fun maybe to do one more specific for former members at some point in the future. So we'll be keeping you all updated on that. But again, thank you everybody for watching and for being in the comments. And Michelle, Jordan, Kelsey, it's been fun, and hope to be in touch soon.
Yeah, appreciate you having me on.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Jordan.
Yeah.
Talk
All
soon.
right. Have a good night, guys.
Bye.
Bye.